You are now tuning in live to the Aaron O Show. I appreciate the patience. Started a little bit late today because the show was initially going to be designed for another edition of the AOC show. However, those plans have been postponed. So be on the lookout for that. Redo that show. We will redo that show soon. I don't know how soon. So whenever we can get our schedules aligned. You know me, I'm a bum, so it ain't me, it's the other guy, but he's a busy man and I always appreciate him. So that's why we had to push the show back a little bit. I had to switch things around, try to figure out, what I'm going to do with the show and things like that. So I appreciate y'all patience. I know that you guys are extremely demanding, and I don't like to push the show back. It's not my goal. But at the same time, I don't like to do shows about absolutely nothing. I want to make sure it's engaging. I want to make sure it's something I want to talk about. So it is what it is. It's also, man, it is hot today. It is hot today in the Bay Area. It's supposed to get upwards of, I've heard, like 80 degrees or whatnot. Hopefully that's not true, but it's a little bit hotter out here right now. So I had to make sure the environment's a little cooled down. I told my mom, turn on all the fans, mama. So, moms be having the fans running all through the house and all that. So I told my mom, turn it on. You know what I'm saying? So I always, look, gentlemen, ladies, always appreciate your mothers. Okay. They might have a basement for you to live in when you're an adult. And don't be ashamed. Do not be ashamed to live in your mom's basement. Listen, they be acting like it's a bad thing, but they don't understand the good that comes with living in your mom's basement, okay? It's not the worst thing in life, okay? There are worse things. And the worst thing could be you a guy trying to date these chicks and ain't got no car. Oh, yeah, no, I take that back. Ladies, don't judge a man if he don't have a car. Don't judge a man if he don't have a car. Be Love says, do you have a P.O. box? I do have a P.O. box. I've had it for a while now, and it's empty. Nothing's in there, but that's okay. I didn't know if I would need it, but I like to have the option just in case. But it should be on my about, on my page, on my about, or it probably is somewhere in. Yeah, let me look it up because I don't like to give wrong information intentionally. So I'd rather it be an accident. If I do, it's definitely on my about. So I will show you where that is on my about page, which is right. Ooh, wrong button. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Yeah, there we go. Here we go. Right there. Just for Be Love so that she can see it. That's my P.O. box right there. So you can pull it up on my about page as so, and you will see it is there. So just go to the about page if you need it, if you need to look it up. All right. Shout out to Be Love. Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. But yeah, so had to push the show back. That's why. Don't judge me. I was trying to be earlier, but it is what it is. What's today? Saturday? It's Saturday, July 1st. So that means a lot. It's the first of the month. There's a song. It's the first of the month. There's a lot of good songs about the first of the month. But if you're anything like me, the first of the month was a very, very special day growing up. Hey, Juju. It's a very special day, and also the 15th. But that was back then. Things are changing now, and the way in which you get your food stamps and your benefits and all that have actually altered. So a lot of banks and a lot of other online companies, they actually let you get your direct deposits earlier, right? They let you get your direct deposit 1 to 2 days early, sometimes even 3, but at least 1 to 2, right? And I actually believe they're doing that because they want you to have access faster to your money so you can spend it all. In my humble opinion, I actually believe that that's what they want to do. I can't definitively prove it yet, but the second I get the right information, I will deliver it to the people. But that is my belief that that's why they want to give you access to your money sooner, because they know people are very much impulsive and you'll probably spend up your money. And they're trying to change whenever there's like a economic shift or somewhere in the economy, there's like a financial crisis, they try to change the game a little bit. They shift things just a little bit to keep you off your toes. And one of the ways that they would sell to you guys was, the first of the month, the 15th, Fridays, etc., is the days you should be spending your money, etc. Now they have made an online push where you can access money, buy things all the time, 24 hours around the clock. You don't even have, you remember the days you had to wait if you ordered something on a Friday or whatever, you had to wait till the weekend was over because they wasn't delivering on the weekend. That's pretty much over now. Everything's in demand. So pay attention to whenever there's a shift in how you receive money and when you receive money, because that's the universe, for lack of better words, telling you how they're trying to take advantage of the people, right? So don't ever just fall in line like that's the new way. There's a reason why there's a shift. There's a reason why they want you to access your money sooner. There's a reason why they're giving access. And part of the reason, I'm going to tell you this. Part of the major reason is this. They want you to establish direct deposit. So a lot of you guys, actually, you guys are relatively, there's a shift in age dynamics. A lot of you guys get direct deposit as opposed to a physical check because you guys, they're trying to force digitalization on people. And so most people have shifted to a lot of it. But there are some old school people who still like paper, checks, etc., right? And they want to shift you towards direct deposit. One, because they can charge your employer. Two, because they want to be able to know for sure that that money is coming into their business. They have a, let's say your pay is, let's say, I don't know, I'm going to give an arbitrary number, $850 every other week is your paycheck, right? After taxes, that's what get that's what gets direct deposit into your account, right? So 850 hits your account every second Friday, right? Well, that bank or whatever place you have your direct deposit going knows that that's your behavior. They know that they can bank on it, so they can lend against it. They can make plans for that money. They want you in the behavior to do it. You can't get your money 2 days earlier unless you have your direct deposit set up. You can't get your yeah. You can't get your direct deposit early unless you have it set up. So that is part of the goal. So remember that nothing is unintentional when it comes to money and how they allow the public to control their money or the belief that you control your money. So it's a setup. So just be fully aware of it, that that's one of the shifts that they're doing. They're making sure you're getting your money earlier. And they have been doing this for a while now, but they're bringing it mainstream. All the big corporations are following suit because they're shifting to compete with fintech and things like that, which garner a younger audience because younger people want access to their money sooner than older people who have been conditioned to get paid once every 2 weeks, et cetera, once a week if you're in construction, things like that. We have to condition a new group of people, and we have to base it around their behaviors, and we have to shift the economy to those new behaviors. So always be aware of that. Uh, man, oh man, it's good to be back. I love the weekends, but there's a lot of work. So also, briefly, do not try to judge the show on my thumbnails. I'm not the thumbnail guy, okay? Fatty is the thumbnail guy. I like generic thumbnails because, one, I'm not trying to have people how would I say, bait click my shows. I want people to be here because they like the shows, they enjoy the conversation. I do not care if my thumbnail is not enticing to you. I do not care if it can garner me more viewers and new subscribers. Honestly, I do not care. I actually prefer to be unknown. I don't even tell my family about the fact that I do YouTube because it still feels weird. I don't tell them. I don't be on the social medias like that because I'm not trying to get tangled up in all this, because we know what comes with being online. Uh, I've experienced a little bit of it on the small end, and but I'm not necessarily trying to dive right into the fire, right? So a lot of my content is a little controversial. I don't think it's anything beyond what people have heard, but to hear it from me, a lot of people are used to. But not necessarily people who are not used to me or been around me, but they're making judgments, which I don't necessarily care. However, I'm not going to invite a mob with pitchforks directly at me if I can find a way to prevent them from getting to me sooner or even getting to me at all. So I'm not in a rush to grow my channel. I don't care. I'm not trying to get the most subscribers. I'm not trying to get the most views. I'm not trying to tag other content creators and make them watch my show and, start possible YouTube wars with them in order to garner bigger artists. It's not my thing. So my thumbnails honestly are like just chill things, something I see and I go, I'll put that up. Because that's just what it is. That's not my goal, right? So if you guys understand that, that's just not what I do. If I ever get any better at thumbnails, I might start, what's it called? Thumb fishing? We could call it, that sounds a little wild, thumb fishing. But you know how to say catfishing? You call it thumb fishing, thumbnail fishing. Maybe I'll do that. But for now, that's not the goal. But that now is not the goal. Fatty is just much better at doing thumbnails, and he's been doing podcasting for a long time. So he has a better understanding of a lot of things that I don't. He actually cares less probably than I do in a lot of ways. So I don't know, but he's much better at it, and there's no shame for him being pretty talented in that field. That's what he does. As far as the thumbnail game, that's his thing. Shoot, you might have to hire him if you want your thumbnails on fleek. Your choice. But what's going on, Love C? I got Love C in the chat with me. But yeah, so those are just my initial thoughts. So just know that when you get my show, these are not like polarizing topics, thumbnails, art, or things like that to gravitate people in. This is just for the people that rock with me, rock with the conversations, and I'm chill with them. Honestly, I really do not care. That's why I tell y'all when I'm at my other job, I say, don't talk about what we do here to these people because they haters, and a lot of them are. But we don't really need all that outside noise. It's not necessarily beneficial. But to those of you that want to grow your channels, there are techniques, there are ways to do it. I'm intentionally and unintentionally not trying to do either. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't care, but I'm not putting gasoline on the fire trying to light up the channel. Okay, so that's just first things first. And I kind of like the thumbnail today. I randomly found it. I was like, you know what? I like it. I like it. I'm in the clouds. I can think of creative titles sometimes, but one thing I want y'all to do for all you content creators that want to be in this, I don't know if I call it field, but if you want to start creating content, do not try to become a perfectionist. Do not try to get fixated on having the right title or the right name or things like that, because the title I have is called 2 Worlds, 1 Life. Y'all have no idea what that means. I have an idea of what it means in my head. Doesn't mean you're going to get it right. You can change the title after the show. Do not delay your show because you can't think of a title. You can change the title after the show. Keep it something very harmless, and then you can adjust it in the middle of the show or change it in the show. Do not fixate on so much of perfection. It's not worth it. It's not worth it because you want people to see your progress. You want people to see your ups and downs. You want everybody to be able to view that. So do not get caught up on that. A lot of you kind of want to do a lot of these things, but I want you guys to pay attention. If you don't really like content creation, if you don't like conversation, if you don't like curating things, do not do it. It's very difficult. You'll see a lot of other like me, Fatty, Jay Prince, Anton. You'll see a lot of us be like, "Oh, I just come on your show. I'm chilling right now." You see that me and Cheeky do a lot of shows together. He'd be like, "Yeah, let's just do it," because running the back end. Listen, I deal with trolls at some of the highest rates on Fight Club. Not necessarily here because I'm just a small channel, but man, on Fight Club, the amount of trolls that I see, the amount of all that stuff is a very high. And to constantly have to guard against it, prepare for it, it takes a toll on you. So Do not think that it's just an easy thing to do just because you see people doing it. You will see they will burn out. You will see it will become difficult for them to actually push conversations that you guys want to hear. They'll be more reliant on the fact that you guys know each other as opposed to creating good content, right? So, and they'll eventually burn out because it's difficult to do. I've been doing this for maybe a little over a year now, a little inconsistently. I've done a couple channels, so it's very difficult. And I really enjoy going on people that I'm cool with's channel. And I don't really go to a lot of other people's channels, so that's not an issue for me. But I like just sitting back, getting involved with the show, having fun with them. But when I don't have to do nothing, it feels phenomenal. It feels phenomenal. But when I have to do it, I have a job to do, so it's what I do. So shout out to y'all. But let us get into the show. I made sure I bought some water today because I did not have a lot of water on Fight Club, so it wasn't my usual experience. So I had to get a few more bottles out the trunk so I get prepared for the show. Okay. Everybody's welcome on the Aaron O show, even people that are not welcome anywhere else. I don't know why I allow everybody on the show. One of these days I'm gonna have to put a stop to that because some of these people is crazy. Some of these people are crazy. Shout out to the glue guy. I appreciate you, bro. But no, some of these people are crazy. Shout out to Queen J. Ali. She says, once you learn about photography and cinematography, it will be very hard to not be a perfectionist with the presentation. Most people don't know about it, though. I agree with that. I 100% agree with that. However, when you're in that field, that doesn't necessarily make you a content creator, right? You're more behind the scenes, right? You may direct something. You may be in, like, I wouldn't even say you're in charge. You may be part of the creative mind who hires you to do a job, but to do all that and being a content creator is not an easy thing to do. However, one of the people that I really like, his name is Andre Jick. Okay, I found him a long time ago when he was very low on subscribers, just like Meet Kevin. I found him a long time ago as well, and I think Meet Kevin, his background is in cinematography, if I'm not mistaken. And he's phenomenal, by the way. So if you guys are not familiar with Andre Jick, he is phenomenal with the cinematography and the way he puts visuals inside his videos. To me, top of the line. I really, really like that guy. He's done really, really well. I do not watch him as much as I used to because now I'm in kind of this content creation. So I'm more focused on what I'm doing. But if you like that type of stuff, you like financial perspectives and things like that, he's a really, really good guy. I really, really like him. So shout out to him. But yes, shout out to Miss Queen J. Ali. But I agree with you. That perfectionist part is really hard to get away from. But if you want to be a content creator, you have to get away from it. You have to get away from it. I would also say this, right? If you guys have those skills, if you guys are passionate about doing something, but you don't want to be the face of the channel, but you want, like, because if you look at something like Anton Dub with Lapeef, right? There's two people there, right? You don't have to be the on-screen talent per se. You could be the person in the background, and you can, if you bring enough value and someone sees your value, you create a channel together. You can make money together. With all your abilities to create inserts, things like that, multiple minds, brainstorming, ideas, things like that. Know the on-screen talent. Know your artsy type of talent. There are a lot of you guys that are extremely talented. I want to employ you guys to not look at everything as a money outcome. Do not look at something positive as tied to a dollar, right? One of the things that changed my life, and I don't mean like money wise, I mean changed my life in perspective of dealing with people in the world, is that I stopped saying, I ain't getting paid for it, so I ain't gonna do it. I ain't paid to be here. I stopped thinking like that, and I said, how do you find value in something without a dollar sign attached to it? How do you find the value within something that you like without a dollar sign having to be attached to it? Where can you add value without there being money necessarily involved? Money will eventually come if you're good at what you do. If you're persistent and you stay consistent, money will eventually come. I don't know if a lot of money, I don't know if you guys need a lot of money. I know they're gonna laugh at you if you're not getting a lot of money, but that's okay. That's why I let them laugh at me. Don't even worry about it. Let them laugh at me. Call me the bum. Live in my mom's basement. I take all that. The best way to combat that is don't care, because you don't need none of them. You got yourself. You got the people that rock with you. You don't need none of these people that make fun of you. Trust me, I grew up and they made fun of me a lot, and it made me stronger. I sure is strong now. But that's what I would say. So do your best to try to find value in things that don't have a dollar sign attached to it. It can really change your life. It can change your access to people. It can change how you view people. It can change your value system. I think the most important thing is to change your value system, right? We grow up with this lack mentality, right? Oh man, we got to get some money. I forget school. I can't pay for school. And I understand that. I understand that we're not all of, because to be one of them college educated people with all that debt and get those degrees. Shout out to all those women and all those men that decided to go through college and not have debt because they were strategic about it and they were really smart or cheap and they didn't want to have any, and they didn't just go, I'll figure it out, right? You have to understand that lack mentality of money will save me. I want to assure you, money will save you from financial issues. And most people think the majority of people issues are financial. All you do is take yourself out of one boat and add yourself to another boat. So now if you're not some of us come from drowning, just barely above water, right? We barely hanging on, barely getting by. And then all of a sudden, we start to make a little money. They throw a lifeboat out there. They throw a lifeboat. Or no, what's that little floaty thing called? I shouldn't say throw a lifeboat. That's not right. They throw that little floaty thing that you grab onto. I don't know what it's called, lifesaver, whatever you call it. I used to play this golfing game. It was like candystand.com. I used to love that game on the internet. It was a long time ago. And you can play a little golf and whatnot, and they had the little lifesavers from the lifesaver game. I'm telling you, they throw that little lifesaver out there, you hold on to it, and now you're not necessarily grasping for air. You can actually float above water a little bit now. You're making a little bit of money. And then eventually you get on a boat, and then you're doing decently well, you on a boat, and then eventually you on the land, right? Just a simple analogy for y'all. All that happens is you shift problems from over there to another space. But that don't mean don't chase money, don't chase your dream success, do whatever is best for you. But I want to, the whole point of the conversation is to adjust your value systems. What you find value in may be stopping you from going forward in life. It may be stopping you from saying, hey, you know what? I'll do it. I don't want no money. I'll do it for free. And I know that thing sounds crazy to y'all. Nothing is done for free. Nothing you do in life is done for free. It may be done without money involved, but you gain or lose something every time. You gain the respect of somebody, you gain the value of somebody, you lose the respect of somebody, you lose the value of somebody. Nothing's ever done for free. There's a think about it like maybe look at it like a balancing scale, right? Gaining, and then losing. Like there's a scale there. So just know nothing you do is for free. Everything has a value system tied to it. You may be benefiting somebody in some way, which you think currently is hurting you, right? I'm putting so much time, effort into doing something for somebody else, and they're putting little effort and time to it. Maybe that shifts over time. Maybe they take advantage of you. Maybe you need that experience and you go, okay, now I need to add a barrier to people's access to me. So now I might need to charge, but I did it for free so long ago. I got a valuable insight. I gained, I learned. Nothing we do for free. We gain in everything that we do. Always remember that. We gain in everything we do. Don't look at things as a negative. Look at it as an experience and something to gain, unless you for the streets. If you for the streets, I can't do nothing for you. I can't do nothing for you if you for the streets. You build your own bed. You build your own bed, okay? But that is my opening conversation today. That's what went through my mind. I wanted to share that with you guys. Hopefully that sparked somebody's mind, okay? Because Tupac said, what did he say? I want to spark the mind of the next person that could change the world. I don't know if I can do that, but I do know sometimes one person per show hears me. And that's all my goal ever is. Now, to the show. All right, to the show. We're gonna dive into the show. We're gonna have a conversation. I'm gonna show y'all some videos that I want to break down. And I'm hopeful that none of you try to hurt me, okay? Hopefully none of you try to hurt me. And shout out to the last show that I did. What was the last show that I did? Man, what was the last show I did, y'all? I forget the name of it. Let me go back on my live list. Okay. What was the last show I've been doing? Well, not obviously, I just left the show this morning. Oh yeah, can you be mixed race in pro? That's right. Can you be mixed race in pro? And shout out to Black Don because he definitely shout out to Black Don. He sponsored the show, causing chaos as he always does, troublemaker. But I'm still gonna listen. I'm still gonna get my percentage from Toxic Inc. Black Don owe me, and he know it. I created that name for him for free. All right, now he up there running it up, causing terror all around these YouTube streets, acting like he don't know who I am. He acting like he don't know who I am. So I ain't gonna forget that, Mr. Black Don. I'm not gonna forget that. I shall find you, and I shall come from my ownership stake in Toxic Inc. Because you've been getting a lot of talent to come to Toxic Inc. And so I shall come from my collections. Okay. Now to this show. I'm not sure exactly where I want to go with it. Like I said, I'm freestyling all of this right now. So I'm not sure, but there are some videos that I wanted to discuss and talk about because I think that it made my mind think a little bit. And when we talk about insight and perspective, because a lot of times people are limited to those things. So I like to tackle some of those things, but we're going to ease on to the conversation today. We're going to ease on in because I spent a little extra time really building with you guys on my opening. I wouldn't call it a monologue. I just call it me talking. That's what I call it now. Shout out to T-Dub. T-Dub going to start the show off right, sponsoring the show. He said, shout out to Aaron Ho in the chat. Appreciate you, T-Dub. Appreciate you. But we're going to get into the show. And we just had a holiday, right? What was the holiday called? Juneteenth, right? We just had a holiday, which was Juneteenth. And I don't know if you guys traveled for Juneteenth. I don't know if you guys celebrated. I don't know if you drunk or whatever the case. What are you supposed to do on Juneteenth outside of acknowledging some of the, and a lot of people don't even know what it is, but outside of acknowledging the experiences and the things that happened, the past, the history, etc., what do we do? What do we do? Hey, 4th of July is next. I think the most recent one was Juneteenth. But CC said was no holiday for me. It is federal. It is a federal holiday now. And I think they established it like a year or two ago. But it's federal now. And I'm going to tell you this. A lot of people, I don't know. But each said people shooting up the club. Yeah, I can't deny that. But I found this one lady and she discussed what Juneteenth was. And I thought it was interesting. I will open up the panel to the people because a lot of times y'all have a lot more insight than I have on these things. So hopefully y'all hit a like because my likes was down. Even though last show was rocking, my likes was down. Even the dislikes was down. I want them to be up. Who said they had to work? Oh, Chanel said she had to work. Yeah. Some of us got to work. And let me tell you this. I would rather work than not work. I would rather work than not work. I'm going to just tell you that now. If they got a job for me, if they want me to work on holidays, if they want me to show up, I show up everywhere. The only time I'm not going to show up, depending on the cost that it costs, it's probably like if I have kids and it's their birthday. I don't celebrate my birthday because I don't care. But children like that kind of stuff. And so there's this emotional thing that when you have children, you get. And Aaron, you'll understand one day. And so I wouldn't sacrifice their day to make some money. But if it's my day, I'd do it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll do it. You guys know it because I probably streamed here on my birthday and I went to work. But yeah, I'm not a big celebratory person when it comes to birthdays. But Other people's birthdays, I do acknowledge that just because I'm the way that I am, I celebrate it with them, my friends, all that kind of stuff. I just try to hide when it's mine. I don't really care about mine. But I saw this lady, this is her, and she was speaking to Juneteenth, right? And so I want you guys to tell me what you think about her insights on Juneteenth and her experiences.
Juneteenth is, excuse me, what's happening to the white people? They have a Black Miss America. They have a Black college. They have a Black month. White people. They have Black Juneteenth. Yes, I understand there was slavery. Don't get me wrong. Black month, but there was also a Holocaust, and that was more recent than slavery. But you don't hear the Jews saying, "Gimme, gimme, 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 gimme." What's the point of Juneteenth? What is it? I don't know. Juneteenth.
Hi, hi. So she don't know what the point of Juneteenth is, and y'all stealing all the holidays. Y'all stealing Miss America, Miss Universe, and all that. Why y'all doing that? Why y'all stealing everything from everybody? Lamento, what's going on, brother?
Hey, how you doing, Aaron? This is very odd. I had the coincidence of what you talked about in your monologue was just quite fascinating to me because I'm one of those guys that's been holding back and starting a channel, you know, and I'm over analytical. I'm trying to get everything perfect first. I got to have the right gear. I got to understand all the editing and a few trial runs. This is not easy, And then the other thing is, I'm, putting myself out there, because once you go, it's no taking that back. You can't put the toothpaste back in, And I just wanted to come up real quick because I don't have a lot of time. I got to go take my car to the mechanic. I got to get a checkup, but I just wanted to come up real quick just to say that you're probably one of the most fascinating people I've been following yet. I think there's a lot of things that you and I have in common. And when it comes to Juneteenth, I didn't know what it was. I really did. And what's the funny thing about it is that I have two sisters, and they're way more. I'd say they're way more pro-black than I am. I'm neutral. I'm neutral on the subject. In fact, I think in the previous show where you're talking about mixed race, and that's when I came up and tried to talk. Man, that was a crazy show. Um,
Man.
I don't look at it like that, black or white. I just think that's just divisive. But when I told my family, I was like, "What's Juneteenth?" Right? It's like, you didn't know. You're half black. You're supposed to know this. So I'm thinking, hey, maybe it's an important holiday. I should find out about it. But to me, at the end of the day, it's just another day that I could take off from work. That's the honest truth.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I would prefer to work, but if you give it to me off, I ain't gonna battle you too much for it, especially if we can't work. But honestly, I just believe it's something that was given to us that we didn't request. It's another one of those things that we ain't asked for this. Give us what we asked for and stop giving us what you want to give us. And I think that's more what happened. We keep getting things we ain't asked for, we ain't advocate for this, and they're like, "Hey, we gave you this and we gave you that," and it's this false thing that we're actually gaining something. And then when you have videos like this, a white woman saying, "Oh, you getting holidays? What do we have? What are we doing?" It's like making them think that they're losing something as if we're actually gaining something. It's a crazy technique that they play on the world, and I hate to watch it because it takes a certain level
Yeah,
of us to really dissect it and break it down because most of us will not pay any attention to the world. But
yeah, divide and
it's pretty
conquer.
sad.
Divide and conquer. A house divided can't stand. So, like I said, I don't like to dwell on these type of things. And me, the way I grew up, I've had to learn how to navigate in different type of social situations. You know, because I wasn't fully black. I mean, I'm not fully black, and I'm not full of Filipino. So And then moving, like I said in that previous show, I moved it every 3 years of my life, so I had to make friends quick. And I had to get over losing friends quick. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? No
you
choice.
live like that army life where you're constantly on the move, a base. You got to move from base to base. You can't
Right.
really plant your feet on the ground, and you having to make friends, lose friends. You kind of got a lot of life threw at you, which is kind of good because you never really got stagnant in a way because you had so many variables thrown at you in life. You had to adjust and adjust, and you never got your footing in place. And as you're getting older and older, and you start realizing a lot of stuff in life don't really matter, you start to get your footing in place and go, man, you know what? I could do this. But I think it takes longer when you searching for who you are a lot longer than some people who are told who they are and whatnot, if that makes sense.
No, absolutely. And so it's a strange thing because I don't have any ties to any kind of geographical location. You know what I mean? Just common things. People like yo, who's your team? Whose colors you repping? Who's your team? Right? And I say, well, it's the Lakers. Oh, so you from California? No. So where are you from? Nowhere in particular. You know what I'm saying? So it's just very strange, growing up and have to have these type of conversations.
Yeah. No doubt. Shout out to Timeout. Timeout says, Aaron, it's like every other holiday that no one celebrates or recognizes properly except for Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's Eve. It's another day off to barbecue. Yeah, no doubt. I agree with that 100%. We all realize that these holidays are a way to trick us, extract money from us, and things like that. The holidays that are probably the most fun are the one that are most inclusive, right? When we're more around family and there's food involved typically. But it's all strategy by these, I would say, these huge corporations and politicians to control our minds and control how we walk through life. And they've been done a really, really effective job at it. I don't see it changing anytime soon. I just don't.
Some of the clever tricks that are played on people is that the holidays, quote unquote, holidays that you don't actually take a day off, but you spend money. Valentine's Day, right? Mother's Day, Father's Day. You have to buy flowers or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I saw this other video and I thought it was crazy. Brace yourself. But I seen this video and I was like a little drawn off by it because I wasn't sure how real it was or if it's something that really exists. But if people like this person exists, I am afraid of what the future will hold. If people like this guy exists, I am afraid of what the future will hold. Terrified. Because honestly, I don't know what is going to happen if there are people like this guy.
The reason why I'm hiding you, Alyssa, is because I have a addiction to financial domination.
Financial domination? What is that? That sounds what is that?
It's complicated. I mean, it was before you. I've done it for about 3 years now. So this girl, every payday, I'll give her half my check.
Okay.
So she's like a financial dominatrix.
Yes. Half my check goes to her. And what she does with that is she will do whatever she wants. She helps pay my bills.
Okay, so are you giving her money and making yourself dependent on her to get your bills paid?
Yes. I'm submitting myself to her. She says, well, give me money, and I say, how much? She says, jump, I say, how high?
She controls you, essentially.
Yes, I do bow down to her when I'm in Arizona or where I'm not with Alyssa.
So why wouldn't you want to give that money to Alyssa,
Sure.
right? And or open a savings account for her and your son.
And it's probably something that I'm gonna want to do after this, but as of right now, the reason why I'm hiding you.
What do you think about that video?
I thought there was a punchline coming. That's it?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. So you're saying like a sadomasochist that likes to get beat for sexual gratification. This person is giving their money away to a financial sadist?
The reason why it's concerning,
It's
right,
confusing.
is because I already know my girl Cece gonna come out the books like where hymns at? Where hymns at? Where can I find hymns? Okay.
This don't
I
make
don't,
sense,
man.
man. No. Is it child support? I don't understand.
No.
There's gotta be a punchline.
So this woman found him some way. Some people have certain type of
OnlyFans?
addictions. I don't know what to say, but the reason why that's crazy to me is
That's weird.
he said I give her half my check if she say how I ask her how much she want, she give him a number, he throw it to her, and then if she say jump, he say how high, right? He submits himself to her, and she takes financial dominance over him. If women hear there are men out here like this, society is going to be destructive. It's already bad because some women are saying men just want to give us money. All you have to do is talk to them. They want to give me money. Like they're saying these things, right? And it's insane to know that guy said it with a straight face. He seemed like he was really honest about it. And he believed what he was doing is a real thing.
Absolutely not. No.
And
this can't
I
be
can't believe why he just didn't give it to his girl, because I ain't gonna lie, she looked kind of good to me. I go like if I'm gonna give my money away, which I'm not. I'm looking for like a Oprah type deal or a Gabrielle Union minus Dwayne Wade money type of deal where she got all the money and I ain't got to take that upside risk. But man, oh man, why not just give the money to his current girl and let him dominate her? I'm totally confused.
So am I. Don't this. All I can say is this is an evil world we live in.
Yeah, I was totally confused when I saw that. I almost wanted to research it, but I don't want to get too stagnated on it. But it's a possibility that financial domination is a real thing because they've got so many other things. But the fact that one, he said, I've been hiding from you because when I'm with her, she dominates me. But when I'm with you, I can kind of hide. That's crazy. And him and that girl had a child together too. And the two people sitting down going through the session with him, it's like, why wouldn't you give this money to her? That's the first thing that came to my mind. If I'm with this girl, she got my kid, I'm gonna give her the money. Why am I giving this chick that's gonna probably say something to me on FaceTime or when she in front of me and just say things and make me give her my money? Wow, crazy. But just know it exists. Just know that it exists.
I thought I'd seen everything, but that's a new one. I have to write that one down. That's crazy. But there's all kinds of ways that money's just being thrown around for just people got a lot of disposable income lately, apparently. Because you got OnlyFans and people just throwing this money out there. Instagram models, I don't get it. I just don't get it. I'm too old, I guess. Lost you.
Nah, you good.
There we go.
Let me think for a second. That's crazy. I can't even say he a simp. I can't even say he
because
a simp.
what is he getting out of it? Is it he's getting gratification from that? And if they're calling in, let's say this is a call into the dispatch, right, the police station, and dispatcher, I'd have to know, just like the dispatcher, white, Hispanic, or black. I need to know who's doing this.
Man, that's crazy. I'm staying out of that one. Listen, ladies, if y'all can manipulate a guy to get y'all half his paycheck, I want to be like y'all when I grow up. I want to be like the ladies when I'm tired of men trying to be strong and leaders of the home. Nah, man, let me find a woman that want to give me half her paycheck. Because according to a lot of these guys, according to a lot of these ladies, a lot of guys is bums sleeping on a woman's couch and she taking care of them. So if I can get half your check in that process, I'll do it. I'll do it.
You can count me out.
And then you would invest that money, right, Aaron? And then give it back to the black woman.
Yeah. You don't want half of a woman's paycheck, Lamino. You cool off their money.
Yes, that's just never going to happen. So.
No, never say never.
Yeah, that's true. Oh man, listen, man, somebody sent me a cash app. Who was that? Okay. Shout out to Don. Shout out for Don for the cash app. I appreciate you, fam. Cheeky, watch that video. He already mad as hell.
I'm not mad. I'm just saying these niggas out here getting financially dominated is crazy. And then you know what I said got set up. I finished, so it's like, bro, what's going on? I pop in. I'm seeing the wildest stuff on the TV screen.
How did that make you feel, Cheeky, to know that men are being financially dominated out here?
And they are submitting to women. Look, I mean, I'm just saying, if you want to be financially dominated, bro, hit your boy up. I'll take all your money. Well, we'll even role play. We'll find niggas with ski masks to help you out.
Oh no. Cheeky embraces inner Atlanta.
We got plenty of people that can help this man feel dominated.
Man. Hey, listen, remember that video I said we're gonna go over tomorrow? I found another video to compliment it. Oh, it's gonna be bananas. That's all I'm gonna say now.
Cheeky, speaking about money being taken away, how do you feel about Larsa Pimpin taking 50% of Scottie Pippen's retirement while dating Michael Jordan's son?
Why do you do this stuff? Why do Gerald do this stuff? We was talking about that man, and you want to bring up Larsa. Man,
my bad. Go ahead, Aaron. Go ahead, please.
I can't believe
feel like that nigga should have.
You don't want Larsa to have that money, or you think she deserved more?
I'm not even gonna lie. It's hard to simp for Larsa in this situation. I kind of feel like she a creep. You know what I mean? Like there's pictures of her with like a young Michael Jordan's son and shit. Like, and now you fucking him. Yeah, it's kind of awkward.
They're not that much different. He's in his 30s, she's in her 40s, right?
But then you took 50% of the retirement funds. Like, why would you do that? Like, because you're already getting alimony.
She's entitled to it.
Yeah, she's entitled to it, so she took it because that's true.
I don't listen. I don't necessarily blame her for taking it. He wanted her. He did not financially empower her to have something outside of him. So because she's totally reliant, I think that's something that men have learned. They're like, yo, if I'm gonna be with a chick, she got to create her own business. We got to create a business for her. So if we separate, she has something to get money instead of being leeching off of me. Because I truly believe this: if a woman get with you, she get the Daryl Long experience. If she leave you, she don't get to keep the Daryl Long experience. Ain't no, oh yeah, we was married, so you got to continue to pay, right? I think that's insane.
She still used his last name and everything, Aaron. And this is it's crazy. She still used his last name. And what kind of like made me uneasy about the situation, I can't really simp for her, is Larsa, matter of fact, yeah, I will simp for her now. Larsa and these type of women, like the Kim Kardashian women, they understand what black women need to understand. Like, use these bandits for the money. Like, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, like these niggas are going after these girls. I can't understand why Michael Jordan's son would want a woman that she said, Cheeky herself, it's not me going at her. She said that she fucked Scottie 4 times a day for like 17 years. Then she started fucking a little nigga on the Lakers who her son played basketball with. Now she fucking Michael Jordan's son. I mean, I don't know, bro. Is her pussy just that fire, Aaron? That's my conclusion.
I don't know what your obsession with vaginas, all this stuff, man. Every show you find a way to incorporate it. I don't understand you. Every single show.
Her body got to be crazy.
I'm gonna have to back out because I got to go to my appointment.
It's like sunshine.
Appreciate it, Aaron. Thanks a lot for calling me up. Thank you.
Shout out to Ray Raw. He says, Aaron, I apologize for saying NK. I'm not racist towards black. I don't know what that means anyway.
What is that?
I don't care. It's something that's considered I don't know, a certain type of way. Ray Raw, you allowed to say whatever you want, especially on the internet. That's your choice. In real life, bro, if somebody actually knows what that means, I don't know what to tell you. Where them dollars at? Shout out to Victim Olympics. Where them dollars at? Victim Olympics. You want me to set you up with him? I track down his Instagram page, and you could DM and say, I will financially dominate you for half of your monies. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's
Larsa
wild.
deserves the money. Shout out to Timeout. Maybe Pippen should have made sure she had a separate retirement. He was a bad leader for not helping her manage money. Yo, Timeout be
I
tripping.
agree. Timeout. He was an awful leader.
No, that's not true.
And he's
We
not top
really
50
don't know
players
the
all the time.
specifics of their lives. And she's entitled to the money. She can have the money. It is what it is. It's probably a small price to pay for his freedom away from her if he really wanted to be free, or if she wanted to just take his money and leave and get a younger guy because she realized that he was gonna probably die off sooner than her, and women want to die with you and stuff. A lot of stuff has changed. But let's shift over, right? Because I seen this other video
Sir.
and I thought it was interesting, right? I don't know why I just be scrolling around. I say, well, what's this right here? Well, what's this right here? And I saw this lady pop up on my screen. And she has some interesting thoughts around the Black church.
Do you think the Black church is helping Black women get married or keeping Black women single?
So I love Jesus. I think the message of holiness is preached more to women than it is to men. And I know this for a fact because I've dated men in the church who literally told me their pastors were like, you need to pleasure her in a certain way, but y'all don't go all the way. But we getting the message of don't do anything. Don't touch them. Don't kiss them. Don't hug them. Don't, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when nobody really talks about what your body is doing naturally when you're attracted to someone, right? And so it's like, it's a sin, but I'm like, I can't control, what
I'm feeling something over here.
And so, how do I navigate through that so I don't fall into sin so that I can live this life? We don't hear that part. We just say, we hear the don't do it. And so.
Girl, stop playing. So what do you think about that? You think the Black church is stopping Black women from, getting married?
No.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, that's crazy. The Black church I don't know what effect the Black church help women psychologically feel okay and spiritually and emotionally. Churches become therapy for a lot of Black people, but Black women specifically, because they're the only ones still going like that, really. So it's not church that's stopping them from getting a man. It's more likely they just not in a good environment to find a man. Right, because they not at church, and then the ones at church, ain't no telling how they act. It ain't church.
Focus on what she said though about.
I'm about to ask you that, Aaron. Did you get her point though?
Yeah,
she talking about being sexually repressed by that's cap because these hoes smashing in church.
No,
So,
that's
but
not.
That's not what she said, Cheeky. That's not what she said. She said that the gospel is being preached to men differently than women.
What she said was them Black men is learning from their pastors, pleasure in a certain way, and make sure, but don't go too far. And then they teaching them, don't touch them, don't kiss them, don't hug them. But they touching and kissing and hugging. She lying. I don't know if they teaching that. Show the church. Get it in recording. I need proof that they teaching all that. Because if they teaching all that, y'all not following it at all. I don't believe her. She lying.
Listen, I believe women are getting different information than men are possibly.
Facts.
That I can kind of believe. Obviously,
the men are saying it's okay for women not to orgasm, Aaron. That's how stupid shit has gotten.
No. I don't think men mean that. And God dang, you was tied up in that word. Listen, I think what they mean is like the way they talk about ED for men. Oh, you can't get it. There are women that just scientifically cannot do it based upon penetration. They just can't. That's not the way their body is, and they have difficulties. It ain't necessarily about the men. So you can't blame the man for those situations for saying that's not on me. If you don't know your body, you ain't done the research on it, you can't hold me to something that's scientifically proven to be the case for a lot of women. So that's within reason, I think.
Okay. You trying to say women can't take dick?
Yeah. And
I would say that.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, I was gonna say that. I would say that more so. I think it's kind of like a just you know how some people's parents or some people in authority just say don't do it. There's no explanation of why. I think that's what she's trying to get at. It's like they're telling the women don't do it. There's no explanation of why, but yet they have these feelings, they have these emotions, they have these kind of like urges to do things, and they don't know what to do with it because no one's telling them what to do with it. So they're just like, I don't know, I'm horny, and they just say don't have sex, abstain from it. You don't know why you're doing it, so it tempts a lot of people just to do it.
Aaron, can you run the clip back one more time?
That's what I was just about to ask because I didn't understand. Hi, y'all.
What's up, Venus?
What's poppin'?
Aaron and Aaron. Aaron, you're on mute.
I know. I'm listening to y'all. I'm pulling it back up right now. That's what I was looking for. Because a lot of times after I show the clip, I try to move on to locate the next one that I wanted to bring to you guys' attention. But since you guys didn't necessarily hear the information, I'm gonna play it again.
Do you think the Black church is helping Black women get married or keeping Black women single?
So I love Jesus. But I think the message of holiness is preached more to women than it is to men. And I know this for a fact because I've dated men in the church who literally told me their pastors were like, you know, you need to pleasure her in a certain way, but y'all don't go all the way. But we getting the message of don't do anything, don't touch them, don't kiss them, don't hug them, don't,
Mm-hmm.
right? Mm-hmm. And so when nobody really talks about what your body is doing naturally when you're attracted to someone, right? And so it's like, it's a sin, but I'm like, I can't control, you know, what
I'm feeling something over here.
And so, you know, how do I navigate through that so I don't fall into sin so that I can live this life? We don't hear that part. We just say, we hear the don't do it.
Aaron, why would the pastors be giving the men and women contradictory information from the same Bible? Can you answer me that?
I don't know. I think I don't want to push that on pastors because I don't know if that's true, but I will say, not speaking to women about what their body is going through, how to understand it. I do believe that they're not, because I've heard it from many different races and stuff. So I believe women are told this: stay away from boys, don't get pregnant, don't have sex, but I don't think they get an actual conversation of why their body is feeling this way, how to navigate through that actual feeling.
Okay,
I don't think a lot of
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you.
So I mean, I agree. Purity culture is what it sounds like they're talking about, and that's something that I can agree to. But when they're younger, like the reason why it's hard for me to picture her having this experience is because she's older, and most women that are older in the church are not virgins and tend to be sexually active. Like sexual activity don't stop for church members. So maybe she's speaking on a younger person's point of view, but it's just not a young person up there. I can see that. I can't see that with an older woman. That's why it's hard for me to, like, when I first seen it, I'm like, this don't make sense. But I can see that for younger women for sure. I can see that for like your teenagers coming into the, you know, adult years, going through puberty and stuff like that, because purity culture is a thing, and it's gonna always be a thing as long as there's a level of chastity that comes with religion.
Yeah, we gonna break that down tomorrow, bro. You gonna be shocked by how I present it to you. Watch, you gonna see.
I think you gotta have right. I think even as adults, because from what she's saying, because think about it, even what we say on these platforms, right? We tell women don't have sex, right? Don't have sex, right? Now think about it in the church. They're saying the same thing. Don't have sex, right? You think it's changing as an adult? They're saying, oh yeah, you can have sex now. No, I think the women are on their own having sex, but the church is telling them don't have sex, and they're just like, yo, I'm having these feelings, I'm having these emotions, I'm having these hormones, I don't know what to do with it, and this man is coming to me, so I want to have sex with him, so I'm gonna have sex with him, and there's no explanation of why they shouldn't.
So I was gonna make the same argument. I don't think it's an age thing. I think people who aren't Christian don't necessarily understand. Just because a woman has been sexually active does not mean that some of them don't try to actually stop and change their lives and take the message seriously, right? And it's not about age. That happens. So she could be sitting in church really trying to take in that message, but then she's dating other people in the church and realizing, wait, you're telling me not to have sex, but you're telling the men a whole different thing. And it is very reflective of real life. Like AL just said, the men are being told you can be promiscuous, you can do whatever, but the women are being told, even though, like you said, we are sexually active, we're still being told, close your legs, you should have chose better, don't do this, you had a kid, don't do it again, don't make that mistake. So the church is echoing exactly what people are saying in real life. It's the same thing.
I just think that's not a real church, to be honest with you. And then another thing too is difficult when you live with a female that's part of the church's well like try to adapt to that lifestyle. It's real difficult. You gotta be on the same page, to be honest with you. Like a form of discipline, basically.
So I can't stay. I just came home from the pool, honey. But I just came up here real quick to say this. The way that Aaron don't laugh, it's true. Y'all holler at the community tab for the thirst trapping. The way that the church is set up, nobody is supposed to be having sex outside of marriage. Neither man nor woman. So this notion that the church is teaching men to be promiscuous and teaching women to hold on to themselves, it's not the truth. The reality is, in the church, they are not teaching women how to control their urges and how to regulate their sexual desires. That's it. That's all in a nutshell. Don't be sitting here listening to the bull crap that people tell you about church and they don't even go to church. Like, this is why you're supposed to be equally yoked with somebody. If you are a religious woman and you want religion to be the foundation to your relationship, you have to deal with a man that's religious because he's not going to be focused on sex. If you're going to be in the church and then you deal with a worldly man, then you're going to have more demons to deal with because that man doesn't have anything over his head regulating his action, and he going to put pressure on you to give him the box. That's it. That's all in a nutshell.
I used to believe that, but it's some horrible men in the church. That is not true. That is not true. There are men who go to church every Sunday who are worse than the quote unquote worldly men. That's just not a fact. I'm sorry, I can't go with that.
I'm sorry that was your experience, but every church is not built the same.
Right. And with that being said, how can you say that woman is lying then? Have you been to her church to know?
So
I'm gonna be honest with you. I know a lot of different people in the church, with like pastors and preachers and them like that, from different denominations, and a lot of them they acted just like us. I'll be honest with you. And once the door closed, they act just like us, really close. So I'm not going to sit there and say that she's totally wrong.
But this is the thing.
The
Sorry.
thing is,
go ahead, Cheeky.
The thing that always bothers me about hearing church people talk about what they teaching in church is, what do you know? Like, do you know you're not supposed to be doing this, or you know you're not? Like, because they can teach you whatever they want to teach you, but at some point, they all like accountability is always being lacked on both parts so heavily that it's so frustrating hearing them, because you always want to say the pastor said. Okay, so what do you know? What have you learned? Like, you Christians and church people always talk about their personal relationship with God, and then you go looking around for it and it's ass. And then the first thing they want to do is, well, the pastor said, okay, well, as a man, if you know anything about God and you know anything about who you're supposed to be following, and you know you're not supposed to be sticking your peen anywhere, then that's on you as a man, and that's on you with your relationship. And if you're a woman and you know the same thing, purity culture, I understand. I'm not trying to deny like there's no effect or no psychological whatever. What I'm saying is, if you know what's right, you know what's right. Stand on it. All right. Like again, it's not like I haven't been in church before and knowing I'm the only person doing something. I'm the only person not doing something. Like there's other girls that I've had conversations with. They versions too when we like 21. Of course, that's not the case now. But when we was younger, there was versions, and they was like. They was like, yeah, you know, this dude trying to holler at me at the church, and these dudes is mean, and these dudes is nasty. They no good. Because you're right, that exists in the church, but it's still up to you to determine whether or not you're gonna receive that pain. Just like it's up to me to determine whether or not I'm gonna have sex with a woman. So all of that accountability stands.
Let me say this too for the people.
I'm a real quick question.
Oh, cool nerd. I was saying something. Can you hold on, bro?
Oh, all right, got it.
So this is a thing with church. To Cheeky's point, if you're in church and a man is not following what the Bible says and what the scripture says, this is when the Christians that feel like they in judgment, all you have to do is gently rebuke the man with the word. We're not supposed to be doing this. This is not what God says. And if you consistently find yourself in churches that is going on, where is your level of discernment? Is this your church home? Is this a church you visiting? You should automatically be able to tell who a man of God is by what it is that he's doing. People feel like if you tell a man no, he'll go to another man. Well, if that's not your man and you're not using sex as a manipulative tool and you've not had sex with him and you say to him, my values are that I'm going to wait for sex, and he leaves, what have you lost? Nothing, because there is no emotional attachment. There is no connection. But I think people are lazy and they rest in the auspices that, oh, well, it's the church, so all these men they're going to be good. Wasn't the devil in heaven? I'm just saying, let me be quiet.
Yes, I think. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I don't disagree with what you're saying, but what I'm asking you is, I don't know. This is an honest question, because I don't know. Where in the Bible does it say that you should not be having sex? I know this is an honest question. I just don't know. I know people. That's what the people are saying. That's as a practice is what you should be doing. But where exactly in the Bible does it say that?
You can look up the scripture, Slim. It says it right there. Just type it in Google.
No, it don't. You asking for something that's not going to exist, because there's a cultural context to even all the passages that are written, right? Like even the word adultery and the meaning behind it from a historical context is not how we apply it today, or even infidelity. So they didn't see sex. If you look at it from an ancient point in time, they're not going to say no sex before marriage, because sex is marriage. So the moment
let's not dive too far off the plan.
I got you.
Let me ask you. But wait. So now, and that's the kind of the point I want to kind of get at as well. To that is because if we're saying that there's all this cultural context to it, right? And that means and the lay person, the average person, is not going to understand that cultural context, right? How do you expect if the people who are of the church can't explain it or aren't explaining it or aren't living it? How do you expect a regular lay person to actually be able to live it and apply it and understand it themselves, if they're supposed to be relying on them to teach them?
So that is where you as the individual will take time out of your day and out of your life to look
say that. Go ahead.
Like that's again, like I don't understand why human beings are so lazy with the things that they say they're interested in, especially when it comes into metaphysical anything. I'm sorry, nobody, you know what a teacher does? They teach you the basics at school, but the students who thrive are the ones that after school they went to learn other things, like certain topics grasp their interest and they took it upon themselves to be diligent in their own studies. That applies spiritually like anything else. Kobe Bryant was Kobe Bryant because he practiced outside of the gym. Or outside of just
that's disingenuous. You know why that's disingenuous? Because if there is, for example, right? Let's take like we all on the YouTube, we all see the people on YouTube giving financial guru advice, right? Yeah, you can go on the financial guru advice. You can hear 100 different ways in which you're supposed to spend your money or save your money or invest your money, right? And 99% of that shit is wrong, right? But however, you may listen to the 99% because you may never come across that 1%. Or that 1% may contradict the 99%. So you're gonna say, well, if 99% is saying this, that means that 1% is probably wrong, right? So and everybody has the results, right? And so you've been doing your homework and you're just coming across wrong information. Is that not possible? Are we denying that? Is that lazy, or is that you're just not coming across the right information? You're not coming across the right guidance.
I think you're going too complex. Let's bring it down there. When do you think people start reading their Bible themselves? Because I remember going to church. They would say, open the page, and then some pastor or somebody on stage would read. You wouldn't necessarily read yourself. And a lot of time people don't read outside of church. They don't know the word. They don't study the word. So my insight is that I don't think people start reading themselves until later in life, right? Sometimes it takes a life event to make them go, I need to get closer with God, etc., right? At what age do you think that start happening? And if it's later, 16, 17, 18, 19, whatever, I don't know. Nope. Those young girls are boy crazy at a young age. They're more boy crazy than guys are girl crazy. Actually, if you guys really break it down, the girls are more boy crazy at a younger age, and then it shifts at some point. That's why I always bring up the Valentine's Day card. Younger ages, a girl will bring you to Valentine's Day. Oh, be my Valentine. Become an adult, and they don't want to talk to you like that no more. They like, where's my stuff at? So there's a shift in that parent. So that's why I say that I can understand her at a younger age expressing that's what she went through, because she wasn't reading. She didn't know. She was taking what they were saying and watching actions. So it kind of makes sense, but she might conflate real life with the church a little bit. I don't know, because in real life, guys do be told, how many girlfriends you got? Not told have one girlfriend, right? And then the girls are told completely something different. So I understand what she meant, probably not aligned with the church unless that was her church in whatever neighborhood, and the pastor was probably crazy. I don't know. So it makes sense. Damn, what I said, was that good?
Mm-hmm.
No,
it do make sense. I don't know.
I'm playing.
Listen, people know how to control their own bodies, or they should be able to. Yes, it's more of a challenge when you are trying to live a life that's saved, sanctified, and filled in the Holy Ghost. Like, if you're going to be challenged, there's going to be trials and tribulations. There's going to be moments when you want to touch yourself. There's going to be moments when you want to touch somebody else. But isn't that why Jesus paid it all? So that when you fall short of glory, you can repent and ask for grace. That's not saying to over abuse repentance. But my God, today, you are supposed to ask God to help you with the sins that you find to be a struggle. God is not expecting you to be perfect, because that's not in your nature as a human being. To err is human. To forgive is divine.
So on the contract bargaining agreement that you guys made with God, how many times can you repent? Like, because you said don't abuse it. What's the number? What's the magic number?
Fatty, I don't know that there is a magic number, but I will say this. There's a scripture in the Bible that it says that at some point, God just won't forgive you no more. Now, me, I don't like the odds on that, right? So what I'm saying is, don't pull a Daryl log. Go out, smash 3 or 5 women. Say, oh, God, forgive me. Tomorrow, go smash 3 or 5 more. Be like, oh, well, God, you said you would forgive me.
I believe in infinite chances from God. Infinite chances.
So what if I don't ask for forgiveness and like I buy a bundle, right? I go and go straight ahead and the 1, 2, 7, 57, 58, 107, and then I said, God, forgive me. I am.
He better say yes.
Reborn.
Wait till your ass die, then you gonna see what's gonna happen.
Is that okay?
If he don't say yes, the devil will.
Ask a man about their sexual desires when your body count is 47, bro.
Whose body count is 47?
All right, guys. Give me 1 sec. I got to catch up on the super chats. Ray Raw, I'm a Latin king. We outnumber y'all. Let's dance. No, I'm scared. No. I declared race war in 2016. Let's dance. Well, why you want to pick on us? Ain't it another group for you to pick on? Leave us be. We is free. Leave us be. Okay. Shout out to Be Love. She says, if your church is not teaching biblically, consider switching to a church that is. Not all churches are good. That's an easy thing to say. When you're a young girl, you're not in control of the influence of where you go. Your parents are. They may not experience what you experience. If you get tucked off in the corner, watch something else. Children see something differently than their parents. There's a lot of variables to that. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not discouraging you from doing so, but we don't know the level of control that parents have of what church they get to pick. And that's why I said at a young age, what she said makes total sense. But at some point, she gets older. She can read her own book. She can make her own decisions, right? Kay says, boys, crazy girls create girls, crazy boys. Kay, what does that mean?
Boy crazy girls create girl crazy boys. Meaning, if a boy is in a lusty spirit and he's chasing after all the women in the world, then all the girls get to be all extra lusty, chasing after all the boys.
He's wrong. He's wrong. I think the girls are crazier younger because the guys, especially me and we was playing sports and stuff. We didn't even pay attention to the girls that much at first, and then there's a shift. So that's why I say the girls are more boy crazy young.
You mean like in elementary school?
When they are 12, 13, when they have 12, 13, 14, a lot of boys still didn't wake up for women, but women already are on the stands looking at boys. That's usually what happens before.
Some of my niggas had babies at 14. My bad.
No, listen, that's anecdotal. Most men don't have babies at 14. And here's the worst part. If they did have babies at 14, they did it with a woman. So that wouldn't.
But that's the point. That's the point of what Kay is saying. If a boy is crazy and he's lusty, he's chasing after girls, then the girl is in turn going to start chasing after boys because they've turned each other out. They've turned each other out.
I understand what he said. I think it's the inverse. I think girls are boy crazy younger than the guys that are girl crazy. That's just what I think. I think that at a younger age, the girls are more boy crazy. They have this. They have this desire to get attention from boys. They're willing to do things. They're willing to cash out much younger, do things that they wouldn't do as they continue to get older, and they would shift. There's a shift. I don't know the exact age. I don't know exact time when it goes from the girl crazy to boys, that the boys go crazy over girls. I don't know the exact time. I think at a younger age, it's women that are more, the girls are more boy crazy. That's just what I think.
It doesn't help when they don't have hobbies and they all play mama and daddy. Oh, I have a doll and this male doll and this woman doll, and I put it together on home. Like, it doesn't help. Like,
we'll get into that doll stuff later. Actually, we are indoctrinated. Shout out to Be Love. So we usually don't start reading the Bible and understanding independently until later on in life. Hence, Swinchy beliefs. See, that's what I think too. So
I agree. I would agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
I could be wrong, but I don't think that I'm that off.
But Aaron, just to that point that you were saying early on, I'm gonna show this.
Daughter.
I remember that one. I think. Yep.
What are you doing?
Yep.
I caught my daughter with a boy.
What are you doing? She knows she's wrong, and he wasn't even hugging back.
You know what's so crazy?
And he wasn't even
why is it? Yes. You know what's so crazy? For whatever reason, there's a concept in girls, even when they little. I don't even think he may have told her that. She just pushed him off and was like, and the boy confused. The boy is like, "What's wrong?" Like, so after watching that video, I said to myself, "That is hilarious." Somehow, some way, how does she know that? Right? How does she know this ain't right?
I don't have that one video where the guy was like, "Will you be my wife?" And she's like, "No, I don't want to marry you." And he leaves. And she's like, "Come back, come." I gotta find that one. That was I know you know the one I'm talking about. That one was hilarious. I gotta find it. But yeah, that's when. Yeah, I'm telling you. But yeah, the Robbie. That's just what I think. I think the women are more boy crazy at a younger age. Y'all have like a huge desire for the male attention before we get the extreme desire for the female attention. And I think there's a shift. I just don't know how to pinpoint it when it exactly happened. So
it's
when girls get boobs.
No, it's not. It's when testosterone start going crazy. Niggas like, whoa, buddy.
That's a fair assessment. That's a fair assessment,
bro. You know, when you sitting in class bricked up for no reason, that's when it start happening.
That I don't know. I don't know.
When you don't want to leave class just yet, and your teacher think you're just ambitious to learn.
I cannot stand y'all. Y'all get on my nerve. But y'all, I'm not staying up here playing with y'all today. But I just don't want people to think that like what's happening in that person's church is happening in all churches. You know what I'm saying? Like there's good and bad in every church that you go to, because it's good and bad people in every church that you go to. You can't blame the church. The learning material is the same in each and every one for the most part. It's the people and how they ingest it. Mm-hmm.
You asking people to separate the sin from the person. If that makes sense, like if the analogy of it, right? It's not Christians' fault that this person is doing bad and they claim to be Christian. Christianity is still right, but that person is doing it wrong. You're asking to separate the belief in the process from the person, and most people have hard times doing that. So, and obviously that's an ability that you have to learn way later in life. And then also, when a man goes, look, I am a good person, but I did something wrong, and then we can't separate those two, it's kind of like fair to say that you can't separate those two in other elements. I'm not saying you can't, but it's kind of fair to make that comparison. Like,
okay,
go ahead.
But this is the thing. Jamal Clark said it best. He took the word out of my mouth. Church attracts sinners. So this goes back to what I said last Sunday on This Is Fight Club.
What casinos get like strip clubs attract sinners? It's not just the church.
No, fatty. The church attracts sinners too. People that are looking for answers, people that are not pleased with how their life is, people that are searching for more. Most people, when they come to church, they're not coming to church whole in Christ. They're not. This is why there's altar call done at the end of each service. If you are ready to dedicate your life to Jesus today, because the pastors in the pulpit know that they are preaching to people that are in need of a blessing. So when people say that the people in the church are not good men and people in the church have it's kind of like if you go to AA or NA. When you go to Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous, you can't have a relationship the first year because you don't understand the principles. You have to first dedicate yourself to your recovery before you get in a relationship. The same thing goes when you transition from a life of sin to one of Christianity. You have to ostracize yourself for a bit of time so that you become shored up in the scripture, you become shored up in the word, that you know how to reach out to your mentors in leadership in order to know what to do when you are dealing with sin.
Hey, listen, in the church also know where the ATM cards are. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, but the turnout rate of the AAU alcoholics and all that, there's new people flocking there all the time. When it comes to churches, isn't the same people every single Sunday there? Like, because listen to me, Robbie, right? How many new people go to church every weekend that people look and say, oh, I never saw that person here? It's usually the same people over and over again, and it's like 2 new people every time. Am I lying?
So this is the thing. It depends on your church size. If you have a large church, you're subject to have newer people in your congregation every Sunday. It also depends on your music ministry, on your evangelical ministry. If people are going out and encouraging people to come to the church, you're going to have new people. Plus, there are people that come to church every Sunday and they still haven't been saved. They haven't dedicated their life to Christ, because the reality is, if any of you ever go to church, when you're looking for a church home, the first day you go there is not the day that you should go up and be like, I'm going to join this church. Sit a spell. Watch how things are happening in the church before you join the church home.
You asking people to do this at an age at which you have the ability to do so. I mean,
so again, it's like, this is my thing. I don't have issues with Christians. I have issues with Christianity, because like what Beloved sent in the chat, it's indoctrination. Like, you are taught how to.
She didn't say what kind of church. I feel like this might be leading towards I don't
My
want to.
Well, okay,
Chicky,
so how
before
about this? What's the purpose of what are you trying to get at? 'Cause
Chicky, my
really
mom
answer
goes
this.
to Chicky. My mom goes to church to see her friends and to socialize a little bit and to go home. That's the reality. That's what she does. Yo, I'm going to meet my friend at the church. She goes there, she hangs around them for 1 hour, and then she goes back home. God is just an excuse for her to get hang around with her friends. I'm telling you, believe me.
And much love to your mother because at least she's in the building. But let me give you the different
In the building.
In the building.
in the bizzle. But there are different levels to churchgoers. Like me, I haven't found a church that I am in alignment with out here in Arkansas. But when I was in New York, I would be in church Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, all the time. Not only just for like Bible study and different things like that and rehearsals, but also in ministry. So you also when you go to church, you have to watch who is in what ministry. Sure, you have people that go to church for the social networking. You got people that ain't gonna come until it's first Sunday. They ain't gonna come unless it's Easter. They ain't gonna come unless it's Christmas. But then you got some people that are there every Sunday. You got some people that's going to come and sit in the top balcony. They're not going to interact with everybody in the church. And then you got some people that are the social butterflies running around, need to talk to everybody. Hey, Sue. Hey, Kelly. Hey, Jim. Hey, Tom. Want to go to IHOP? Want to go to, what is it?
I don't want to get hung up on this thing. I don't want to get hung up on this. Shout out to B Love. She says, Cheeky, how do you remain celibate in a world that promotes the sex? SEN. All right, the way it does. If you don't mind me asking, he don't mind you asking, but he actually can't control it. So what happens is we lock him up in that little crazy thing, lock his arms around.
Straight jacket, my guy.
24-hour lockdown.
He has
I
a
howl
chest.
at the night. I howl in the night when I'm feeling the urge.
He has a chastity belt on. There's a chastity belt that he has on.
Yo,
the iron ones.
Oh man,
that's a wow. No, I don't do none of that craziness. That's crazy. I just mind my business and pay attention to the women that's around me. I'm not like these. Did you see that story I put on my that reel I put on my story with the dude is like, what's his name is going through post-nut clarity.
I can't really watch people's stories because then they know I watch their stories, and that means I watch their stories. You know what I'm saying?
I actually understand everything you said.
I hope you have an Olympic-sized one, Flora.
You know what happens when you like tap it too fast, and then you get on the story like a person. You're like, oh.
I really don't be watching people's stories anyway. I probably should because they probably make them so I can watch it, but I don't even be. I be on IG when I'm working, when I'm looking, searching, looking. Other than that, I ain't really gonna be on IG like that. So
let me ask you something, because like something that's been said before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is society telling women not to fuck, or is society telling women not to fuck 27 partners before they get a husband? Because, like, for example, if a woman comes to us and says, I fucked 2 guys or 3 guys, I had 3 boyfriends, 7 years, 2 years, and 8 years, I'm 29. Are we going to, like, prosecute her and say, you a witch, go to the fucking cross, let's burn her? Like, are we going to do that? Or, like, I don't know. Like, is she right?
And this is the problem, I feel like, when we talk to older people, because these young hoes doing all that. That's what I don't be understanding what y'all like. Are y'all still in the game? Like, are y'all still dating and stuff? Because if you dating these young girls, they doing all that, bro. Like they doing
all
all
the
that.
what detail?
They letting you know I have 5 niggas. I have 1 nigga that's for food. I got another nigga to fuck on. They letting you know all that shit. Like, it ain't no. I guess it was okay. For the longest, women have lied to men to make it seem like, nah, we don't do that. But in all nationality, behind closed doors, they do that shit. But now it's in our face. They letting us know, nigga, my booty hole pink, my pussy brown. That's what they want now. I want to suck and fuck this nigga. I want, like, they letting us know. And it's like now the old people is hearing the young women say, this is what they want. And now it's society pressure, things like this, instead of just saying no, it's just a different type of woman, and this is what they want right now. You get what I'm saying?
Listen, we're not going down this path right now. That would be explored on a different show that I'm putting together. We're not gonna do it right now. But I do have this other clip from this gentleman here. He's in conversation with a nice young lady, and she says this.
I knew teammates who did. I had teammates who were black who said, I don't like black women. I only like white women. And I'm just like, your mama's black. Like, what in the world? Like this, your auntie, your grandma,
your
like this don't make
your
sense.
Cousins,
Everybody,
your old best friends.
And I don't know what happened to them or what went on for them to have that mindset, but
because something probably went on.
Why is it so easy to throw away like all black women instead of just saying I had one bad experience with one black woman and now I'm gonna keep my eye open for these red flags instead of just being like, oh,
just throwing away a whole race.
Women in general can be
absolutely
emotional, crazy women,
just in general,
women in general. Y'all getting swept up in this white supremacist society. If y'all think it's just us, like y'all feeding into the stereotypes that they put out into the world about black women. If you just all of a sudden sweep us all under one rug, we all might be ready to go to bat for what we believe in. But we're not all going to come at it in the same way. We're not all slashing tires. Like we're not all keying cars. We're not all throwing brooks in windows.
In fact, some of us aren't at all.
But I was going to say that also there are things on the opposite side that if you wanted to stereotype black men about, you easily could.
But it is downright terrifying when black men say, I do not like black women. I will not date black women. It is terrifying. I'd be like, what?
Why? What happened?
Can we put that motherfucker that looks like Jalen Brown on jail, please? Like I hate these dudes that be on this podcast pandering, bro. Like they are awful.
One at a time.
They are awful, bro.
And then Aaron, bro, and then it be niggas like that be the main niggas dogging hoes. That be the main niggas got 6, 7, 8 rosters of women and shit, but want to be all this like niggas are pussy, bro. Niggas are so pussy these days, bro. They so pussy, bro. It's crazy, my nigga. This is so crazy, bro.
Maybe that's how he thinks.
Your mama black, your sister black. I don't want to fuck my mom. I don't want to fuck my sister. Have you ever thought that maybe I have some bad experience with them? So now I'm looking for the people that actually don't remind me of them. Like there's so many nuances to this conversation where you can literally say, oh, I want to fuck white people. I want to fuck Asian woman. Okay. End of conversation. No need to try to convince us. Go ahead.
Well, hold on, Fatty. I just want to tackle that first part, and then I'm fine with breaking down the second part. When they say "Yo, mama black," right? And then that girl says, because I'm gonna play it again because I think that part is very important. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. It's actually the part that catches my eye the most. So I'm gonna play that beginning part of it. I just have to do it.
I knew teammates who did. I had teammates who were black who said, I don't like black women. I only like white women. And I'm just like, your mama's black. Like, what in the world?
See, you notice how she say that part, right? So this is what I asked. And I want to go to Raw B first because she's the only woman here currently. And unfortunately, that's your default position. Is that a fair statement to make when they say yo mama black? What is that supposed to mean to us? I'm curious.
I don't know. Why are they having the conversation? You're welcome. Because at the end of the day, if a man says I don't want to date black women, then as a lady, you rest in your femininity. Okay, sir. Good luck on your journey. And you walk away. It's not terrifying to me. And I'm not arguing with you about your preferences. Because when I say I want a man that is 6'2" and taller, and you come at me, you 5'8", have a good day, sir.
Oh, I got that preference video too to play. I can cue that up next.
So I got a quick question. Like when we had these discussions, and like folks be like, "Yo," folks get mad that somebody's not dating inside their race. Why do you care? Because you're not gonna date them. You're obviously not gonna date that person.
No. I know why they care. I actually know why they care. And I don't have a problem with that. I don't want to get hung up on that. I can play the next video of why they care, right? But the issue is this that I have a problem with. Yo mama black. Yo mama, I've done 2-3 shows on this Yo mama black, right?
Yeah.
And to anybody that thinks it's self-hate or things like that, if you think just because your mama is something that it should be acceptable in your life, I want to implore you of this. because I'm willing to accept that. If my mama black, I like black women. If your daddy broke, you take a broke man. If your daddy broke, you take a broke man. Your daddy was broke. So how dare you be better than dealing with a broke man? It's the very first thing that come to my mind.
Right. Your daddy
That's
was
a good
abused.
clapback, though.
Your daddy used to beat on your mom.
You know I'm next level with this.
Come
I'm
on,
just
man.
saying, it's within reason. Most of us grow up broke, and your daddy's broke. So come holler at me. It's very, very fair if you want to hold me to the standard that my mama black. Because I can't necessarily be mad at that. I have to take all things in consideration.
Yeah, you know how 50 Cent was like, you know how 50 Cent was like, have a baby on me, baby, be a millionaire? Yeah, have a baby by me, baby, be on welfare.
Cool nerd. That joke would have hit better if your microphone was a little better quality, baby. A little bit.
He said,
okay, listen, black women as a whole, I got to talk to y'all as a whole. Okay? Stop being desperate. God damn. If a man tell you he don't want you, I don't care why he said he don't want you. Shit. Take that L. Handle the rejection. It builds character. Everybody ain't gonna want your ass.
Church got them hoes too, man. Don't forget about that, man. Church got them hoes.
So Robbie, on the other day we're talking about woman. On the other day we're talking about woman using manipulation, right? The problem with you being a manipulative being that you can't turn the shit off. All this conversation is shaming and manipulation to try to get the most resources possible, the most people on your side, the most people available for you. If one day you need it for Omni to see, Omni, you date black woman. So, and white women do that too. Like, this is a woman thing, right? And the thing is, the funny thing that we see is you don't see, for example, when like there's a huge amount of white women on my country that only date black men. There's a giant trend, like on the last 20 years, of white women that only date black men. The question.
The question is what, Eddie?
Somebody said they evolving.
Yeah, it was prolific. The question is at what point do we make sure that our sisters, our daughters, whatever the woman is, understands that men have the right to choose and to have standards too? Because this is all a question of standards. If a woman came here and says, I want a 6'3" motherfucker, there's no short dude that is going to say, oh my God, I can't believe you only want a 6'3". No, they're going to say, okay, I won't qualify. Oh, I want a rich man. I want a man with a Ferrari. Nobody will complain. You say, Robbie, go ahead. Congratulations, try to get him. But as soon as a man says, yeah, I don't want to date a black woman today. Maybe I changed my mind to, oh, is your mama black? What about your sister? Why are you doing that?
Here's a simple answer, Fatty. Women are chasing men. They're outside of their natural order in the food chain. Women are not supposed to chase men. Period. Women are not supposed to chase men.
Yes, they are.
The devil is okay. Well, you know what? That's your preference. That's your preference. Y'all get you a woman that chase you, and you finna get what it is, that you're looking for.
Listen.
Aaron, this is
women pursuing men is the only way that it really works.
Is that
women
true?
Being
Are you
interested
sure?
Yeah. I've never seen it work out for a guy where he pursues the woman repeatedly over and over. That did or didn't want him, because he's going to always have to up the ante over and over and over again. She's always going to run away from him.
Guess
the only
what,
thing
though?
that you're chasing is somebody that's running away. Fuck, I
No,
look like Pepe Le Pew.
You're not chasing somebody that's running away. You are showing your intentions to want to have a woman and keep her. Women are not supposed to show their intention to have a man and want to keep him. It's out of order. Picture me.
Crazy.
Not crazy. Okay, so it's I guess there's two different type of men. Because picture me rolling up on unlikely, right? Like,
And then
ooh,
Aaron, then they say
unlikely.
that
I
it's
want
two different type
you.
of men,
I'm gonna
and then
have
two
you
different type of
come
men.
over
Like, come
here.
on, bro.
That's not, see, look, unlikely. See, I ain't finished. But it's not gonna go down like that. I mean, and that's masculine women.
Nope.
That's not
Nope.
women
Nope.
resting in their femininity.
That's not what we're talking about. But Robbie, that's not actually how it's supposed to work. How it's supposed to work is if Lee sees you and picks you, now it's your job to prove to him that you're worth his time. Because if he's a man of value that you said that you want, he's not gonna have time to chase you.
So cool nerd, right? Let's say Lee picks me, right? He says, "Hey, Robbie, I want you." And then within the first 30 minutes, we're in the bed tossing up the sheets. Is that something that he should still be behind and trying to get by? Nah. So no, it's gonna be that extreme because that's the reality. The same day in the first 30 minutes is the same thing, right? When a man says that he wants a woman, how a woman shows her worth is how she treats him, how she interacts with him, how quick she is to respond to those advances. Because y'all not gonna sit up here and lie to me that if a woman gives it up to you in the first 30 minutes or the first day, you're not checking her pedigree or her resume. You ain't asking all around the mulberry bush, is this how she get down for real? See, a woman is not supposed to hold
You
woman.
haven't talked to women, bro. You don't know. You don't talk to women. So when men say what they say,
we're
not lying to you.
I don't talk to men. I don't talk to women.
Here we go.
Let Raw finish. Let Raw finish.
Here we go. Y'all better learn to leave that Indian woman alone.
Listen, I'm a woman. I am a woman. I am a woman, and you gonna tell me that I don't talk to women? I don't know about the little girls that you was. Hush.
Man, no, you know what happens is what happens when men take women.
Will y'all let Rob be finished? Guys, let Rob be
finished. These niggas ain't know, bro. These not in the game, bro. They on the side,
let her finish,
not in the game, bro.
And then we can.
Not in the game. You're right, darling. I'm not in the game because I don't play with children. That's why I don't chase men. I allow men the ability to let me know their interests, and then I decide if I want to allow them to pursue. Maybe the problem is you're playing a childish game. Wouldn't you like to know? I got a husband, I got a girlfriend, I got a cat, rat, dog, whatever it is you think I got. It ain't none of your business what I got, because you're not on my purvey, and I wouldn't allow a man like you to pursue me.
And she's still chasing, y'all. Continue. She's still chasing, but continue.
I'm chasing. What am I chasing? Prove it. How can you tell? What am I chasing?
Hey, Ricky wanted to comment.
Substantiate that.
You don't want to do this right now.
Hold on a second. Wait, can you give me one moment, Ricky, sir? You know I have the utmost respect for you. Substantiate that I'm chasing. What have I chased, love?
Niggas don't even be in the game, talk about all this player shit, but they ain't even in the game, bro. Like it's a new age. It's 2023. It's a new dating era. Okay,
no, sir.
It's a new dating era, bro.
Don't move the goalposts. What am I chasing?
You're not chasing nothing. You said you don't chase.
Okay, because you said I was chasing, so I just wanted you to substantiate. Now that you've cleared that up, moving right along. Hi,
what I'm saying is you're not chasing it. Ain't nobody to chase because don't nobody want you. That's what I'm saying.
That's what you.
Don't nobody want you. So
prove that too.
Okay.
Have you not seen my community tab? I mean, I know you be in that dirty car that you be in. And if your woman rides in that, she's not doing her job right, okay?
Oh, shit.
Okay? Because any woman is supposed to be cleaning up your mess, and clearly you need someone to do that because you always coming on camera looking messy whenever you're not hiding behind your avatar. Don't worry about who want me, because y'all all see what it is. My phone ringing, I click off on y'all. You don't know my business. All you know is whatever I show you. Don't ever get that twisted, love.
Factual.
Just like I say, man, niggas not in the game, bro. They talk about all this crazy shit.
Damn, she called you
D-Town. This is where you fucked up with Raw B, right?
Nah, I ain't fucking with nobody. Don't talk to me. Hey, bro, don't talk to me.
You let her.
Let me let you know something. Let me let you know something.
Come on, man.
You let her finish her whole dig at you, but you wouldn't let her finish her point.
Robbie already said something to me.
Exactly.
So you gonna come back and say,
you let her finish.
Like that.
He ain't watching it
Just let
closely,
her finish
honey.
her point. You wouldn't have to get rolled out like
Hey,
that.
hey, now
That's all
that's
it
not fair.
is.
That's not fair,
That
Omni.
is,
But hey,
it
hey,
is,
are you
it
going
is
to let her
factual.
call you Dusty Town, bro? Come on, man, Dusty Town. Come on, man.
I mean,
Fight
the
back.
Fatty,
Dusty
you an
Town
instigator.
reactions, y'all
You
seen
an
his
Talking about me,
car.
instigator, Fatty.
bro.
Y'all
I'm
Fight
seen
not
his
back.
worried, bro.
car.
Bro, look, check it out, fam.
Fight back, bro.
Just like I always
He
say, bro.
can't fight back.
I'm
It's
lit
all
in
right.
real
You
life,
just
fam. I'm not
mad.
worried about this shit on no panels. I'm
I
lit in
can't
real life.
argue.
Like,
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
Fight back, nigga! Fight back, nigga! Fight back! Fight back!
I can't argue with you. You mad. Now let a real man talk. Go ahead,
who
Mr.
mad?
Ricky.
Who mad?
Y'all done? Y'all done? I'm just asking.
I hope he is. I hope he is. I'm resting in my
Hell no,
femininity.
I ain't done,
I'm resting
Ricky.
in
Hell
my femininity. He needs to rest in his too.
Don't mute
Hell
me,
no.
He needs to
Sound
rest
like
in
he
his
count
too.
you
Rebel
hoe
Hunter.
ass nigga. Stop muting me
Rest in
and let me
your
go empty these niggas,
femininity,
fam.
D
You hear?
Town. Rest in your
Stop muting me, bro.
femininity. Rest in your
All right?
femininity, ma'am.
He going outside.
So now,
Ma'am.
now, like I was saying, bro, don't nobody
Ma'am.
want Raw
Rest
B,
in
bro. She
your
ain't even in the
femininity.
game, bro.
I
Don't
know.
nobody
You're
want her, bro.
right.
She gonna die alone,
I
fam.
know.
Y'all listening to this woman, bro. Come on,
I know. And yeah, and still, I got you all in your feelings because your car's
you
still
really
dirty,
don't,
and
baby.
your woman,
I'm on my break
and
and I'm
your
on lunch.
woman don't love you enough to clean your car. Do she
What
love
are
you
you
enough to
talking
give you some
about? My
sloppy
car is.
time?
What is she talking about? My
I
car
seen
is
your
paid
car,
for
baby.
and
That
clean.
car is dirty. It's dirty. It got
What is
clean.
she
That's
talking
part of
about?
the
Like,
problem.
what is she
D-Town, don't
That's
let
saying?
her
part of
do
the
you like
problem.
that, bruh.
That's part of the problem. Y'all niggas got dirty for
This,
clean. Yeah,
what is
what
she
type
Don't
of
let her
women
do
you
you
got?
like that, bruh.
He
What
come
type of
fight
women
What
back.
you
is she
got?
talking about?
Fight back,
Like you
nigga.
keep
Fight
going back
back.
on bar. Like, what is she
Fight
talking
back.
about? You
You're
weird as fuck.
dusty. You're dusty by your
He
name.
stepping on you like a
I
roach.
know. Dusty like your
This I'm saying my car
Oh
is dirty.
man,
name. Your
my
car
car
is
is
dirty.
clean.
He
What are
tried
you
to tell me he
talking
was
about?
serious. My
Bro, this
car is
old
clean.
woman is crazy,
Oh,
fam.
I
This
know.
old
Just
woman
like
is fucking
you.
Is y'all
delusional.
ready
Just
to
like
move on?
you. Just like you. You mad as
We ain't even make it
hell.
an hour or two yet. They already
All
on.
I
right,
know. I love to get niggas like this riding up. It makes my whole day.
Okay, shout out to y'all. Shout out to Robbie, my boy Fatty. How you doing? Aaron,
What
Oak,
up?
Kiki. Unlikely, what's good
what's
with
up,
y'all, man?
man?
Everybody on the panel, the incomparable Raw B. Y'all know what's happening. I wanted to talk about the Yo Mama Black stuff, right? Do black women even understand the gravity of that question?
No.
And
Tell
I
us
asked,
about it.
But it's Mama White.
I asked this before, right? What experience could a black man have that would make him hate his women so much? Right? They don't look at it as where the problem comes from. They look at it where the problem was experienced. Right? This would require our women to admit that the most traumatic events that a man go through is with his very own woman. Whether it was his mother, his sister, his baby's mother, his ex-wife. Right? Their acceptance, when they say this question, it lets me know that their acceptance by the black men is so entangled that the worst situation should be forgiven. It doesn't. This is what they telling us as black men. No matter how bad a black woman treats you, it don't matter, right? It don't matter. She could have drowned your babies in a car, right? Could have killed your dog on some John Wick shit. But no matter what, you was supposed to fuck with us. Never taking into effect the things that they do to men. Never. And let me say this, and I was thinking about this the other day, right? Cheeky and AO, I know y'all heard me do this, and I'm pretty sure Fatty heard me talk about this before, right? Remember when we was talking about third party pain, right? How black women hold on to stories of fear that never happened to them. But you see how men today, right, can give you actual factual stories of a way a black woman did them dirty and wrong. Right? They can hold on to the fantasy. We can experience the reality, and it's still not enough. It's still not enough. Well, my grandmama, my auntie, but a man to come on here and tell you his baby mama reading to him for child support, and by the time he found out the baby wasn't his, he was already locked in, and y'all say, hey, you know, your mama black. So what is it? Is it that y'all see all black women doing foul shit and it all should be forgiven because they black?
Nope. It should not all be forgiven. And again, that's a rude statement to make to somebody, because you're right. Nobody really knows the trauma. A lot of people are, they go through SA and rape through females in their family. And I don't think that is an experience that's talked about often with these men, the trials and tribulations that they go through. And if you want to change somebody's mind on their perspective, you can't do so by force. If you were a woman that wanted to try to change somebody's mind about dating a black woman, trying to shame them.
Well, your audio. Is your audio messing up?
Yeah, your audio is messed up. And let me pick up a little quick. Like, people on the chat is saying therapy. I don't need to spend money. I have a white bitch that wants me right next to me. Like, what the reality is, I actually don't have to fix myself. And the same thing with you. If you were abused by a black man, and for some reason every time you look at the black man you get triggered, you don't need therapy. Go get the white guy. It's fine. I don't care. Like, I'm not going to spend thousands of dollars just for your ego to not get bruised. I don't care. Like, we are not broken when we actually choose to do something that is good for us. And again, men understand they are competing. Black women seem that they refuse to compete. They refuse to say, I want that man, I'm competing for him, and I'm going to show him why I'm better than the white woman that he has next to him. He's always, oh, why you are with her? Oh, what does she like? No, like, actually, you should be curious about it. You should actually go to the guy instead of shaming, instead of saying your mama black. Hey, bro, what does she do that we don't do? Let me take my pen and paper and let me understand what's going on here. Like, but they don't do it because, again, it's not that they are actually want to compete. They just want to shame you to make sure that you are available when they are 33, have 2 kids, and for some reason you are waiting on the stands, ready to go to court. Go ahead, Chief.
Well, also, let me ask: do we take the same approach in the reverse way? When we see black women with a white man, we go, I wonder what it is that he got that we don't.
Man, don't nobody give a fuck.
I don't trip. Shit.
Congratulations.
But
hold on, wait. I'm just saying, because if that's women take a critical look at themselves when a black man is with a white woman, shouldn't that apply in reverse?
Only if you want the said woman. Congratulations, Serena. Go ahead.
On. Let's tell the truth. Let's tell the truth. Let's tell the truth. When you see a ugly black woman, no one really cares.
Did you hear what I said?
No one really cares, right? But a badass sister. Listen to what I'm saying. If you see a badass sister with a white dude, what's the first thing that's in your head? You be like, what nigga fucked that up?
I'd be like, my nigga.
That's the first question you think. That's the fact. Okay, if I can't speak, I'm speaking for me. If I see a badass black chick with a white dude, right? When I see a badass chick with a white dude, I be like, what brother fucked that up?
That's crazy. That's so crazy.
That's crazy.
I don't know.
That's not that crazy. That's not a crazy. I don't know why we.
That's not that crazy.
On both sides. Because the honest truth is and men and some black men have spoken about this before. When a girl is an exceptionally looking woman, and they're with a different race, they do ask that question. And the reason why they ask that question is because they're trying to figure out why she not with somebody black, right? Because both sides have egos. They do. I don't know why we don't want to admit that, but both sides have egos. Black men have an ego that's out of this world in regards to sex, in regards to desirability, and so do black women. But it's really just women. Really, honestly, it's
no,
women.
it's black men too.
No,
Because
it's
black men,
women.
no, because black men have a
It's women.
tendency.
It's
No,
women. Because
no.
y'all talk about it all the time. Y'all talk about how when y'all turn 13 and finally develop any amount of breasts, every man is after you. What do you think that does to your ego?
So this is the thing, right? If it's about who's talking about what, y'all are constantly talking about black women, period. So what does that say about your ego?
I
Your
got
ego
you.
is your ego is damaged. Y'all are upset. Y'all are mad that you can't get submission. Because as a black woman, I don't give a damn who dates who at the end of the day. But I tell you what, as a black woman, I can name off the top of my head right now 30 black men that spend their life's work bashing and diminishing black women. At the end of the day, at this point in society, nobody really cares about the other person's perspective. Black men stop talking to black women. Black women stop talking to black men. Don't give a shit who's dating who and move around. Make it make sense.
I don't think you care.
Again, when you say black men talk about black women, if you look at the age at the average person that's talking about it, it's after they're 18. It's after they're 21. It's after something. It's not like they grow up talking about black women in this negative sense. That's the problem, is what Ricky is saying. When I start seeing these girls talk about their experience with men, they start at an early age. So the development, especially mentally or psychologically, can have an effect. When you start getting attention from men at 14, 15, boys and men, both, like there's no distinguishment for you because a man is a man is a man, then I could see that really affecting you at an early age because that's been your experience. Somebody's always desired and wanted you. But when you see a black man talk about black women, typically the average age that I'm seeing this stuff is 18 and up. Most 15, 16, 17-year-olds don't really care.
So young black men are not having their first sexual experience with women when they're younger. And I mean, I know you may not know about this because you're not into that lifestyle, but there's a lot of men that have sexual experiences with older women. What is that movie Mrs. Robinson used to use?
That's true. That's true. I wouldn't say a lot, but you're right. That exists.
You're right. When we say a lot, that's when you look at who it is. When you look at who it is and when it's happening, they're in intimate settings that only happen when they're put in that position. It's not like dudes all around the world, all these black men are experiencing.
No, it is true. It is true. It's just that
every single woman that has experienced some type of male attention has been very public about it, as in the sense of they're right there. It's in broad daylight.
Oh, like so what about the boys getting the teachers pregnant? The only reason that their stories are world known is because they got the women pregnant. But do you think in mass that's not happening to
Robbie, what a lot of these what they do a lot is
that most boys are getting teachers pregnant? What are you saying?
No, what I'm saying is the only reason those stories went viral globally is because the teachers got pregnant. What I'm saying is your theory is incorrect because a lot of younger men, a lot of younger men. What I said was, see, this is the point with you, detail. God damn, you don't even know how to shut up and listen to what somebody is saying because you so quick want to talk loud and loquacious and wrong as shit. Be quiet, dude. Like, my God, today, I said the only reason you know about the story is because the story went viral. I didn't say the why the story went viral. This is why
Did you hear what I said?
That's why I can't stand
You're not even listening to what you're saying, bro. But all right.
You're not even listening to what I'm saying because you're so busy wanting to talk and be right. For nobody that want me, you got your eyes all in my mouth. You got your eyes all in my mouth. You got your eyes all in my mouth.
That's why it was a big ass thing, bro. Go look it up.
You got your eyes all in my mouth, fam. That's what I'm saying.
Why you delete that man like that?
Because he's stupid. He doesn't answer the conversation. So anyway, because the boys got their story told viral, then everybody understands about that. But men that I know, and a vast majority, are not free to talk about their essay stories. A lot of young men go through situations with babysitters, with their neighbors, people taking advantage of them, and then being exposed to sexuality at a young age. So therefore, the stories are true, and it's on a large scale. Go ahead, Cheeky.
That was my point. You just said neighbors, babysitters, and intimate settings when you're alone. That's all I was saying.
But a lot of that. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is these things are true. I'm not denying that they exist, and I'm not denying that that's true, and they affect a lot of men in general. But it's a very different thing to experience have that type of experience, and then publicly, women are growing up at 14 saying how men are hitting on them in the middle of the day, in the middle of the street. Everybody knows it. Both boys and men are doing this. That's a different type of attention and a different type of level. Can we at least agree to that? I'm not saying the other one doesn't exist. I'm just saying it's very I think it's very different. And what the outcome of how that may affect your worldview is different.
I can see your point of view on that fact, but I also think that younger men get hit on a lot as well. I think men are not as verbal about the flirting that goes on with them because they think it's cool. A lot of men talk about things within their friends and within their homeboys. They don't necessarily talk about that with everyone. A lot of women talk about everything with everybody.
So are you saying that pre-pubescent boys, like I'm sorry, most boys that I know that are not 13, 14, that are 13, 14, 15, they look their age. Most girls that are just are 13, 14, 15, they look their age. They don't look
shit.
They look older.
They don't look their age. And then most men or most women are not looking at little boys and going, "Oh, he's a fine man." I'm sorry,
I bet you they are.
Yes, they are.
Women are.
I had it happen to me my whole life. Women definitely do that.
When I was growing up as a kid, there were 30, 40-year-old women looking at little boys. I'm gonna make you mad out of it.
So as a mother that has a son,
you know what it is?
and as a mother that has a son,
Boy, his mic sound
hold on a second. I know. As a mother that has a son, I have had to course correct quite a few women in my son's lifetime, and my son is 6. Oh, he's so handsome. I can't wait till he gets such and such age.
Facts.
So it's a real thing.
And imagine a man saying that to a little girl. So it's the same shit. It's the same shit. Go ahead.
It's not that it doesn't happen. It's just looked at differently. You see what I'm saying? If we're talking about personal examples, my oldest son, Dre, he played football, always been hyper athletic. You know what I mean? And we had a neighbor across the street who used to talk like a grown woman around here. My wife was like, "I'll beat your motherfucking ass. Don't talk like that around my son." You know what I'm saying? And like I said, it happens. But again, the women are seen as, because they're female, that it's the way the chase works is that they're viewed more sexual than boys. It's okay for boys to get approached like this because they're men. It's what we're supposed to do.
Right, you're supposed to be happy about it.
You know what I'm saying? Whereas with girls, because they are females, they're more protected. So I think both of y'all are right on both sides of the coin on this.
So let me just ask a simple question, just out of curiosity. Who do you think? I don't know, pedophilia affects more men or women?
I think that's a question that can't be answered honestly, because
wait. Say it again, because you broke up. You said it. It's a question. What now?
It's a question. That's because somebody is unmuted. Prolific, can you please mute yourself? I think you're giving a little feedback. I said that's a question that cannot be answered honestly, because when little girls are traumatized by that interaction, right? They make a big deal about it. It's an emotional trauma. When men are victims of that situation, even if they feel a way about it emotionally, and they go talk to somebody and tell them what happens, they're told to suck it up, young man. Oh, you got you some old tail. High five. You that dude. You understand what I'm saying? The the narrative around what happens shifts because of this whole purity concept in society. Women are supposed to be pure and virtuous. So it's a big fleshy deal. Somebody's mom and daddy is calling the police.
Okay, so
somebody daddy ain't calling the police when something happens to their son.
You're saying it's just unreported cases, which make it more complicated. But
exactly.
What we have, the data that we have, it's safe to say that men are more so than women proponents of pedophilia, just based off of what we have.
What we have, like, I can't show you guys the data because the database is really it's a closed net that you could go into. But when you see these people that exist in that sphere, like these black web pictures, it's equally just the same amount of boys as there are girls. And the reality
that doesn't mean anything, because sexuality is also a thing when it comes to that.
No, you're asking me about a specific type of sexuality. For people that engage in that level of sexuality all over the dark web, it's about 50-50 with the amount of little girls and the amount of little boys. It's just something that's not really talked about or promoted in about what's happening with little boys, because society doesn't ever want to make men appear to have weakness. And society doesn't really want to show how many people venture on the side of LGBTQIA. Protect your boys just as much as you protect your daughters.
But then also, let me add something to that. Also, you're not. You also understand that when you look at numbers of victims of certain things, you gotta understand that it's also gotta be the perception of it, right? If you're not looking for it, 9 times out of 10 you're not gonna catch it, right? So, for example, if you're walking on the mall, right, with your little girl, and a grown man comes up to your little girl and says, "Oh, she's so cute," and tries to touch her and tries to say, "Oh man, she's gonna be a heartbreaker when she grows up," or say something crazy like that, you might punch that man in the face.
I'm gonna put that father in there.
If a woman walks up to a boy and says the same thing, or says, "Oh man, he gonna be," try to give him a hug, and I said, most people, they might say, "Yo, back up a little bit," but most people ain't gonna really say nothing about that. So women have a lot more access to those boys, and no one's looking for them to do anything about it.
But I also need to understand that men commit those acts against little boys as well. See,
that's
when
what I
you
was
sit there
saying.
and you watch what people type in the chat, they confirm their biases. Why do you think so many men are on the down low? Not because of what a woman did to them, but because of what a man did to them. Made them feel ashamed, changed their perception on what it is to be a man, and therefore it's that much harder for them to engage in relationships in their adulthood, which is why women got to operate in grace. You don't know what trauma a man has been through. And when you browbeat him and you tell him, well, your mama's black, and you try to shame him or anything else, you close the door to communication, and you will never know what that man went through, because men are taught to keep their feelings to themselves. Try a little tenderness, ladies. That's all I'm saying. Let me be quiet.
So that was, you kind of made the point that I was trying to get at. But Aaron, if you're trying to go somewhere different, we can. I'm just curious about how we come into some of these conclusions.
No, I don't mind y'all playing it out. That's the whole point. Let me just run through some of these super chats. B Love said, "Church is a business nowadays. I don't go."
I love gold.
We gotta make that the intro to when you read super chats, because the money comes in.
No, I can't stand y'all, man. Dirty Dude says, "How about everyone just F who they want to F?" No, I don't think that's a good idea. I understand what you're trying to say, but I gotta rebuke that and say, be careful. I live Raw B. I think you mean I love Raw B, y'all. And both shows are great. That's what I think you meant to say. I'm not sure. Shout out to Whoopi Rock says, I never
compete. I think it's supposed to be compete.
Let me check where the I is. Oh, that's a long other side. Okay. I never compete with anyone. I hate that I am the first lady about 28 years now.
Hey.
Oh, you've been married for 28 years? You don't think you compete with nobody? Yeah, okay. You probably ain't competing no more. You probably was. Timeout said it's crazy watching the chat. People are comparing since women go through SA more, basically diminishing what boys go through. Protect boys too. It doesn't always have to be a comparison. You just want to protect the people. I think that's what is best.
Robbie, check the back. I'll take a look at that.
I see. I see.
Okay, yeah. Let me know what you think.
Oh, that stuff crazy. Oh man. Oh, but I will play the clip of why sometimes people tend to be upset with these conversations. It's a very simple one. Let me pull it up. Hold on.
Don't have to change your preferences just because it hurts people's feelings. The problem is, I want to stop the misconception that women don't face that. When you look at a man and say, "Have you ever rejected a man?" and saw what he said to you, called you this fat, dirty, da-da-da. Have you ever said, "Well, I want a 6'2" man," and somebody said, "You not even in shape, and you not even this, and you not." People that are outside of the preference are always going to be upset because they feel like they are being excluded. And my stance on that is, I have the right to exclude you from my dating pool. If I don't want to date, I don't have to explain a thing. I can exclude you, period. This is personal to me.
People feel like being excluded from a dating pool from a person that most likely don't even want you. Why does that hurt that person?
Why does it hurt?
Can I say this and I'm gonna bounce it back to you? I think the issue becomes this. If you don't like this type of woman, why are you so fixated on making this content about the type of woman you don't want and talking about the type of woman you don't want instead of finding a woman that you want?
I'm going to briefly respond to the last part is why do you make this? It's the same reason people make content about people that make content about people that they don't like. Like, there's a reason.
Yeah, that last part, he was hating at that last part. But I will say that, everything that she said is facts. And I feel like when people sit here and they bash certain categories of women, it's like, why you worried about those women? You know what I mean? Or why you worry about those men? It's definitely a version of women that you want that is out there. Like, it's versions out there. It's versions. It's women that's tall, short, all type, and there's all different versions of good women. So, and men, same thing. So category, man.
I just find it very hypocritical. Because the same, if you're gonna sit there and be upset about a black man dating outside of his race, and then say I can exclude whoever from whatever group, and I just
one sec, Robbie. I apologize.
Okay.
I got Jack on the panel. Jack, is that you? I just have to confirm that, Robbie. I apologize.
My wife's working.
Yes, your mic is working. Is that you?
Is it trash? Is it trash?
Okay, yeah, that's Jack. Okay,
That's
Robbie,
Jack.
I apologize.
Is my mic trash right now?
No,
you all right?
No, is it trash? Because sometimes I watch the playback and it be trash and y'all don't be telling me.
Nah, it's not trash.
No, it's straight. No, it's straight. No, it's straight, though.
You
Just do the same thing to me, man. Let me let my mic stay up here.
I actually just wanted to come up to answer Cheeky's question real quick.
Wait, I was in the middle of saying something.
Oh shit, my bad. I wasn't even. I couldn't even pay attention because I'm.
That's okay, love. That's all right.
Look, continue. Sorry.
That's
I'll
okay.
jump in later.
So, like, at the end of the day, don't be a hypocrite. If you have the right to exclude whoever from your dating pool, then whoever has the right to exclude people from their dating pool. Like, I don't even understand. Even when men are up here having these conversations about Black women, I don't care. You're not talking about me, and you have the right to say whatever it is that you want to say. I think hit dogs always holler when people are in their feelings and they want to make you believe their ideology. That's when they get to going off the damn rails. what? I don't know. It's stupid. And I also think people need to stop like policing other people's content. Shit, if you get in a bag, whatever content you want to do, get your bag. If you think the content is bullshit, then put out the antithesis of that and then you get a bag. Clearly that's not working for you. A lot of time people don't even understand when people are on social media, they're being a character. They may not even agree with what it is they're saying, but they're gonna get their coin. Let me be quiet.
No, that's very well said. Like I said, I believe most of what they said through that is pretty accurate with what she said. The problem comes with the truth is when we hear is this: athletes always pick white women. We can give you tons of examples when they don't pick white women, but why you think they pick white women? Because they don't pick you. So that's why they always use the athletes to say that black men be dating out. They don't want their own women. They because the athletes don't want you. You've been excluded from that selection, and that's why it frustrates people. See, stop using the athletes as the like the bench point. Like stop using. That's why we like y'all using athletes and entertainers as the benchmark because y'all want them, but y'all don't like what comes with dealing with them. And so y'all attribute what those specific people do to black men. Horrible idea. But because you've been excluded, it's attack black men date out. Look at the rich ones. Look at the ones getting money. They only date white chicks. No, you've been excluded. Acknowledge that they don't want you. And don't act like they ain't got black wives. It's crazy. But that's what be happening. And it's similar. Go ahead.
And what I don't like is that I don't like the conversation that people have about somebody talking crazy. Like it's not as complicated as people make it. Some people just can't deal with rejection. Some people just don't like getting rejected, so they lash out. You know what I'm saying? It ain't this. Everybody think that because you got a microphone and a camera, you're a goddamn psychotherapist. You not, right? They just didn't like the way you responded to them, or they didn't get the answer they want. It ain't all this other bullshit that you looking at that you associate with the niggas that you want to talk to. Or oh, you ain't good enough to talk to me because you ain't 6'2". It's just my preference. No, you just don't deal with rejection. The same way when women get rejected, y'all be snapping and not y'all, but we see women be snapping and losing it and talking about their 10s and somebody say they a 7 and they don't like it. You know what I'm saying? It's no different than that. Everything ain't so goddamn complicated. This shit is crazy to me sometimes.
Can I throw in something about the whole interracial dating?
No, go ahead, Jack. Say whatever you want.
I mean, you keep hearing it, but it doesn't. It makes more sense to date a white chick if you're an athlete, if you're trying to get married. I mean, aren't most black women taught not to get married? Aren't they taught like to fear marriage and all this stuff? It's like it doesn't even make sense why anybody would question why you would date somebody else if your group is being taught not to get married or to not trust any guy in marriage. It's like I don't even know why anybody has that as a why would they marry another race? Every other race is being taught how to be a wife and who to get married and all that shit, right? Why would you choose the one race where marriage is bad and you're stupid and submissive? Why would you choose that one? It'll be so much harder to find a wife in your group of people than in any other group. I know that probably sounds like a good thing for most people. They can say they got a prize or something like that, but for most people, you're not. It's like a chick who wants a high value dude. Why would you go for that guy when it's only like 1 out of 1,000,000 versus a regular guy? Because there's more of them. Go to the place where you can increase your odds, right?
Yeah, but I think there's a conflicting problem because as much as black women would say they don't want to be married, they still desire some type of partnership or relationship with men, and it somehow does evolve to marriage to a lot of women. So it's almost like you're being told not to want something that you seem to desire, right? And I think that's where the conflict come in. Because although black women may say all day, every day, we don't need this, we don't need black men, we don't need this, we don't need that, we don't want marriage. In actuality, they do, which is why there's a lot of pushback when a black man does marry out. So, for example, that what she was saying, that could be true, but the moment every time we have a black nerd conversation, we get denied what happened. And then when we date, it's like clockwork. Every single time it come up, black women the first one to be like, "You never like black women," and it's like, wait a minute. She just said, if you're not part of the preference, what does it matter? Just worry about go find you a man that is part of your preference and wants you. But it only applies one way. It only applies one way, because the moment you start applying that to women, the first thing you're gonna do is that's because you have self-hatred. Then it starts becoming this psychological reading on who the man is, and it's like, wait a minute, why can't he just not like? That's not his preference. Then all of a sudden your mom so it's all correlated. Your mama black turns into women saying, if you're not the preference or you don't qualify, why are you speaking on it? But then once you start realizing for some of these black men, black women just don't qualify, then it goes to your mama black. It's like a cycle. Like, it's crazy. But I see why Aaron put the clips together. It makes sense to me, at least.
It becomes tiring to have to decipher the beat around the bush nature, the indirect nature of women when they talk, because they will, as Chigi just pointed out, say that they don't need a man, but will also complain about all the things that they need that a man is supposed to provide. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we're the least protected. Well, you could have gotten that from a man. You know what I'm saying? They'll say that they don't need a man, but then beat around the bush about all the things that they need from a man. It's crazy.
Can I add something to that your mama black argument?
Yeah, what's up?
You guys hear me? I just want to make sure, because I don't know.
Yeah, we hear you.
The one thing I never understood about that one is, yeah, my mom is black. That's why I don't want to date a black chick. A lot of people don't understand that when you're raised by a fucked up person, you don't want to be anywhere near them. Even I never understood why people can't see that. All these black men who come to the master talk about all the crazy stuff that their black mama did, and then you expect them to turn around and want to marry that? Wouldn't that be dysfunctional? If you saw nothing but dysfunction and you wanted to get married into that shit? I mean,
but the counterpoint to that is, why can't you differentiate between one woman to the next? Which is why I don't necessarily have that. So here's the problem. There is a point where if you do that, if you start associating the behavior of certain women that you've encountered to all women, I think that is a problem. There's no way around that. There's something wrong, and you should probably take the time to figure that out. But the problem comes when you don't say these things and you don't do anything towards black women, and you make a very general statement. So, for example, if I don't talk about black women, I just say women, because I don't think black women are that much different than all women, because women are women, right? And I really don't have a preference. Like, if you look good and you do the things I need you to do, you're good to go. But what happens is, because I dated one white girl and people are aware of it, they automatically assume I don't like black women. So when black women start projecting onto black men, because there are black men that just dated out, not because they wanted to or they just love white women. It's just that was what around me. She was the best choice in my opinion, and I decided to pick her. But the first thing that happens when it comes to black men and black women, they start projecting. That's why it's hard dealing with black people, because black people will do this whole thing where you hate black women. When did I ever say that? I don't even make distinguishments between black women and women in the most part, because they're all the same to me. They're women. But what happens is black women project that hatred that they have for black men on me, and it's like, wait a minute, I didn't do that to you. And the first thing they'll do is, well, you dated a white girl. Why'd you date a white girl? Because that was the option that I had. That was one of the options. She fit the bill. She went through a process. And what you're doing is showing that you actually hate black men and not me. But they don't ever talk about that, because the first thing they do is, you just hate black women. And then when you start explaining your experience with black women, I don't hate black women. I wasn't their choice. I didn't make it a problem. I didn't say, oh, because I'm not y'all choice, all y'all suck. I've never said that. If a black woman likes me and I like her back, and she fits the bill, then guess who's gonna get yours?
Like, can you hear me?
Can we clarify preferences though? Because can we clarify preferences though? Because I think people think that preferences are depending on each independent race. I think very clearly what you said, if I heard you accurately, was if a woman brings to the table the things that you desire in a mate, irrespective of the color of her skin, that's who you're going to date. So your preference is not the skin tone, your preference is the attributes or the behaviors given. And I think that's where I think that's where a lot of people get in their feelings, because some people will say, oh, all one whole race of women has this, and that's not necessarily true. But that is an individual argument based on the person that's speaking. We, the people, have to stop using broad strokes for people in general, because when you're dating, you're not going outside to date everyone. If I was dating and I decided to choose from the pool on the panel, I'm not going to choose all y'all. Oh, well, they're all black, so yes, everybody up here is somebody I want to date. No, some of y'all have behaviors and attributes that I don't find attractive. Some of y'all have behaviors and attributes that I find attractive. Some of y'all don't necessarily meet the height requirement. Some of y'all may not have, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's simple.
Robbie, I'm sorry, but can you please, like, for example, I'm about to address some of the trauma now with my baby mama. You please help me out and she's so toxic. Like, this one black woman I love, I made a mistake. I dropped the load in her. She got a child. And
Hey,
she always doing
Chinky, can I respond to something?
She always doing it to me. Look, Robbie, tell me this. Why do women always say express yourself, and then when you do it, they call it crime? She is so evil. And you know what I say? I will still date another black woman, even though this black woman treats me like crap. All right.
So people do that because it requires to be selfless to really understand someone when they're expressing their feelings. It requires a lack of judgment. It requires to just be a listening ear and have a calming spirit. What most people want when they want you to express themselves is for you to confirm their biases. They want you to make them feel better about the things that they think and the things that they feel, instead of them being a sounding board so that you have the opportunity to express some things. That's why.
Can I say something?
Yeah, but be quick because I want to make a shift. I got a couple more videos.
Yeah, I just want to say because Cheeky, was it Cheeky who said something about somebody's going to bring up the fact that why can't you differentiate between good women and bad women? It's because when you're raised by a bad woman, she's going to convince you that everything she's doing is good and you should look for a person like her. And there are a lot of women out here who are out there moving foul and doing stuff, and they're raising their sons to overlook that, to not take that in consideration, that she might have a reason for that. So they're basically priming their sons to look for bad women without telling them the fucked up shit that comes with dealing with those. Because most women aren't going to tell their son, I'm a bad person, something, yada, yada. You know, so they're going to convince their son that everything that I'm doing is good, and it's for you, and it's for the family, and all this, even if they're doing wild and ratchet shit. And then the boys are going to go out and look for that shit because that's what their mother told them is good, and then you should not differentiate, you know. And they might even put down the other chicks who are doing things right. So wouldn't that be the reason why most boys cannot differentiate between a good girl and a bad girl?
All right, yeah. So I want to shift a little bit to a couple.
I agree. I agree with what he was saying. Part of it, for sure. I think but I have to respond to my baby moms because,
oh my gosh,
she keep on telling me not to. She saying don't cry in public. We're not together no more. You don't get to tell me what to do. And I saw what you said about Drake during last night's episode of Fight Night. We're done. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. I got to figure it out.
And let me just say this real quick. Real quick. I'll be quiet. I promise.
Go ahead, bro. I'm playing. Go ahead.
Black women are not accountable for black men's childhood trauma. But as a woman, if you want to be considered a good woman, you should be able to listen to the traumas of your man, irrespective of whatever race he is. The same way that you would want him to listen to whatever traumas that you have. This is how you build emotional connections and intimacy. I'm gonna be quiet though.
You know, it's interesting you say that, and I don't want to get caught up on it. We can push that for another show. But I think that we experience trauma continuously throughout life. And I think we actually should do a better job at embracing it and finding our ways to support each other through it while we're together. Because realistically, I understand when we speak to it, it's past trauma, right? I shouldn't have to deal with your past trauma, but we tend to incur trauma while together, and we don't view that word trauma in a way that is, I don't want to say positive, but in a way that we want to approach it and really take it in and actually work through it with people while we're together. So it's actually something we really need to dive deeper on, but it's not particularly for this show. But I think that's something we really need to do, because I think that actually will help people instead of just looking at trauma as in a negative connotation in every way. Because it's once somebody says trauma, it's like, oh, your mama black. Oh, who hurt you? And I think that's an issue that we're going to have to fix, because I think as men in particular, I can predominantly speak for men, we go through a trauma that is often never expressed. And on my next show that me and Cheeky do, I'm going to dive very, very deep into that particular thing, and you guys will see why. But for now, I want to introduce you to this man, and I want to know what your thoughts on this particular viewpoint that he has. He's an old head, so Sway ain't here. But before I jump to that, I want to acknowledge the people that supporting the stream. So Timeout says, it's crazy. Watching the chat, I think I read that one. Jump to John the Baptist. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind to do things which aren't convenient. Romans 1:2-8. I'm not sure if I read it right, but the words was kind of bunched together. I don't know. So I don't know if you're trying to throw me off, but sorry about that, John the Baptist. Shout out to Doris. She says, shout out to all the panelists. Great conversation. Thank you, Doris. We trying to do that here. Cheeky, did you get mad when Brittany Griner did this for your wife? Oh, that's what this about. Oh, okay. I see what this is. Granville says, GBG. Calm down.
Get back, gang in the building. Yes, sir. Gang.
GBG says, gang in these beesh. GBG, stop, y'all. It's troll, man. GBG over everybody.
First thing I need y'all to do is block Sugar Bump out of the chat. She's causing me trauma right now. I can't even express myself emotionally. She keep talking about I'm crying in public. Block her. Send the money. Send it.
GBG is in the building. Y'all wild. Dig Beak Energy says, look up the books, The Dating Divide, and the pieces of the puzzle. It disproves race loyal Black women and why they hate Black men dating out. You know what? That's interesting. I might have to look into that, because they've been using that for a minute now. But this is Pops. We're gonna call him Pops. He has a perspective on what his son told him.
One of the things that happens in blended families sometimes is that when you have children outside of the home and they're involved in activities and sports, a lot of times we don't participate as much as we could or as much as we should. One of the things that happened to me in Jacksonville a few years ago, I had a son that was 30, and I was helping him and his brother move from one apartment to another apartment. And I ran across this box that was full of trophies and awards that he had won from high school and when he went into the military and in Greece. And I asked myself, how can I as a father look at all of this and not even know that it existed? So I asked my son, and he said, Dad, everybody knew I was good in sports. You knew I was good in sports. But rather than put the stress on me of wondering every time I played, was Dad coming or was he not? I had to convince myself that you wouldn't ever come into a game. And that way I could play at my full capacity. If I looked up and I saw you, fine. But if I didn't, fine. Can you imagine how that made me feel as a father when I knew I could have did better? You as a man, don't make that same mistake that I did. When you know to do better, do better. You'd either be glad you did or wish you had. Love to see your comments.
What do you think about his thoughts?
Amen.
That's life. That's life.
That's what it is.
That's life.
And honestly, I think a lot of women would do better to adopt that type of ideology as well. Why be mad at a man if he's not there? This is who you chose. This is the lot in life. You chasing after him, you holding on to hurt feelings, you pushing those hurt feelings on the kid. Hell, he know he got kids over there. If he show up, great. If he don't show up, shit, you still got to live life. What the hell you raising your blood pressure up for? Let me be quiet.
Life is the sum of your choices and decisions. Ain't no rewind button on this thing, y'all. That's why it's best to try to get it right in the first shot. You do the best you can. The biggest art, though, the worst R in the world is regret. So y'all realize that everything gonna be a joke to you.
I agree. And Laterio, yes, some men do change, but you know what doesn't help them change? What doesn't help them change is a mother that is constantly berating them for not showing up. Because you know what that signifies to the man? Shit, she don't believe in me, so why should I ever do any better? How does that benefit the children? And a lot of people get stuck on their ego, and a lot of people get stuck in their anger. The reality is, if you got your kids, you got to be a parent regardless. And a lot of people push negative images of their child's absent parent, be it the male or the female. Is that fair to your child? It's really not. If you've made a decision and a mistake in your life is hard because of the choices that you made, you don't get the right to pass that trauma on to your children. They didn't ask to be here. You have to rise above your emotions and do what's best for the children. But when people have oops babies, they don't really plan out the eventualities that, yeah, maybe the person you planned a baby with might die. They might not be there. If your baby daddy or your baby mama die, is you finna tell your kid for the rest of life, your parent ain't shit because they died? That's not what you're going to say. So act like, they dead, or they went to college, or they on an extended trip. And when they come back, be pleasant. Oh, hey, your daddy here. Go ahead and spend time with your daddy. Oh, hey, your mama here. Go ahead and spend time with your mama. What we see in society right now is the sum total of people's bad decisions and their inability to cope effectively. Let me shut up. I ain't nobody's psychologist.
Can I try next?
Yes.
Well, I'm kind of on the fence about what the whole father situation, because I kind of know why my father dipped out at a certain point. It kind of ties back to the whole, when people say your mama black, and they actually, why do you prefer not to date black chicks and stuff? It's like, well, first off, my mother tried to have me and my cousin kill my father, like beat him to death with a hammer, and that kind of stuff scars you, and it makes you very distrustful of women in general, but especially when it's coming from your mom. Like, I don't think women understand sometimes the trauma that they put their sons through, and they want people to stick around for that shit. Like, let alone the father. So sometimes the guy, he hides in his work, and sometimes he literally does stuff so he can get arrested, so he can get the fuck out of there. So why he didn't show up? I mean, he probably was just trying to stay out of the house.
I ain't gonna cap. Biological dad, stepdad went shit when it came to it. To be honest with you, with the whole sports thing.
I get what you're saying, but this is where for men, I just can't let that one slide. Like, if your house is contentious and in a state of disarray, and you choose to escape through absenteeism, probably just not a good idea. Or I can understand it, but I can't excuse it. And I think being able to see my dad matriculate helped me a lot through seeing frustration with a wife and kids and just the situation with him not leaving. It lets me know that it takes a level of mental toughness and resiliency that I don't think people think about before they have sex, right? So these things that men do due to their lack of forethought and lack of planning, I put that on the man, right? Like, because these are the things that I think about that help me, not participate in the same actions like y'all, right? That means that's not to say you can't have sex responsibly. That's not to say you can't be responsible when it comes to, your fertility and things like that. But at the same time, I'd much rather not risk it at all, because I understand there's a level of gravity to the role that you play as both a man and a woman. I know we like to do this back and forth and yiggy gagging, blah, 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 and y'all like to see me go off on people because people can't really hang with me when it come down to it, except from Robbie getting busted all the time. She trying to go against me. Anyway, what I'm saying is,
my femininity. Bring Sugar Bum back. Let me play $20 Sugar Bum back so she can terrorize you for crying in the chat.
What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, there's value in both men and women, and in an honest way, I see it, especially when it comes to children, because I know what a household with two parents look like. It's not perfect, but when the man is there and he's doing what he needs to do, and the woman is there and she's doing what she can and what she needs to do, I mean, it's the best situation. Like I don't hate women. I think that they have their necessary value, but y'all just be smashing it.
There's a theme that I'm going here, and I'm gonna take us there in just a moment. But it's gonna be hard to get everybody here because most of the stuff in my mind I can't even get it out. I know people think I'm really good at getting everything out of my mind and conveying it, but it's actually really difficult. I just want to acknowledge that Cheeky asked for his baby mama to be gone, and now because the GBG gang is here. She's been booted from the chat, not one show, but 2 shows. So I just want to let y'all know.
You see who you left me for? Where's Drake? Where's Drake? Where's he at? Look me in my eye. Where's he at? Where's Drake? Oh, that's right. Smashing some hoe. Not you. You stuck with me. Either you gonna die or you gonna be mine. But one of those things is gonna happen. All right. So get over it.
Sugar Bum, come get your baby daddy. Come get him.
I mean, she could die about it. I mean, because she gonna have to. She not leaving me. What she thought this was? What is she?
She can calm down.
She the only one that can be
toxic. Ricky,
let me get this off my chest. Let me get this off my chest. Let me get this off my chest. Right? She wanna say I'm crying in public. Who crying? Out of the chat. You. So you better stay your ass there. I know you still watching. Keep it lip. And DB, you know what I'm saying? Get your sister.
She made this monster, Robbie. I ain't got nothing to do with it. She made this monster.
You know what I'm saying? Flora don't. She like a distant cousin. But DB and Robin, get your sister, right? Because she really messing with the right one, right? She made me snap. Now I gotta go get my gun and threaten her, talking about if you try to leave me again, I'm gonna bust your ass. Why I gotta do all this? Love me. I love you.
Hey, don't do that.
This is why we got this. This is why we got this.
Every night I gotta prove my love. Every night.
You gonna drive back to hell. You gonna be with Satan because you're not going nowhere else. All right. You either get me or the devil himself. I'll kill you. Now, I'm good.
I just want to say I do not support violence against women. I'm gonna stay out of this one though.
She could go, listen, she could go try it with Sugar Bum and she gonna flip it on him. She went to the gym. She been working on her leg days. Her leg days is phenomenal. She gonna flip.
Stop working on leg days and talking about Drake. If I hear Drake if I hear another album, it's on and popping. The whole world got a whole issue now.
Hey, calm down, Chi, because you'll be arguing with her. She'll send a baby in to pop you in the back. Chill out.
I'm the one that put the baby in her first. I did it. I did this.
You hit it first?
I'm playing this out. She summer 06, she thought something. Little did she know I'm dropping loads on purpose. What the fuck? Poking holes in my own condom. I got you. I got you.
I want y'all to understand, even though this is improv theater, ladies, bring your own condoms. Because these dudes do be doing it. They will poke a hole in the condom, girl. Get you caught up with their baby. Don't do it.
I'm not going to let y'all see me cry, right? That's why I'm off camera. But no, just know, don't play with me, all right? Yes, you mine forever. You don't got a choice. Anton said it best. You don't have a choice.
Jesse cap my ass. They be doing it. Go on. Sorry, Aaron.
Y'all need help. Y'all need help, okay? Because we going to get back to the show. I'm going to acknowledge the GBG gang says, where Drake at now? Y'all need help, man. Get Back gang says, you better crawl back or we sniping. I'm done with y'all. But this the next video I want us to go over real quick. Please pay close attention to what transpires in this video. It is it's an important conversation.
If you can answer one question for me, I'll give you $500.
there. Yeah. What's the question? What's your biggest regret in life? The biggest regret in life? Knowing my girl was pregnant when I left. Really? It's a sad situation. I never wanted to leave, but I left. I was a coward. To this day, I regret it. I'll always regret it. There's not nothing I can do about it. I wish I could find him now and say that to him. I'm emotionally thinking about it. I always get every time. I get emotional. I think about it all the time. I don't know why you got me thinking about it now. It hurts. As promised. Why, you guys really real about that? Yeah. Listen, everything's going to be okay. Thank you. Here you go. God bless you, all right?
Ricky, you on mute, dog. You on mute, fam.
I said he talking about this. Go okay. It's already okay, nigga. You got $500 for leaving your baby moms or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's already okay. It's already okay. What?
Baby said it's already okay.
I'm socially retarded, but I know you don't say that through these situations. You don't be like, I know it's okay. I got 500 plus.
Come on here. Okay, we know he talking about some shit. Is it, or is it just me? It wasn't like it just right.
I would hope it did just happen. I would hope he ain't leave his pregnant girl for two years.
He got $500. He got $500 for being an asshole.
Ricky, you said he talking about summer of '56.
Right.
Y'all need to chill out.
Oh boy, his kid probably blasted in Vietnam or some shit. We don't know, man. Shit old as hell, bro.
Look, Aaron about to crack on y'all.
No,
that wasn't the point.
Everything I do is to get everybody's perspective. I'm not necessarily saying this or that. We all take something different. We all take something different from what we see. Hopefully, that's the purpose of having different minds. What I saw, what I heard, may be different from what y'all saw, what y'all heard, and how y'all take it in. I'm interested on the message and what he said. What does it make you think?
Oh, well, it sucks that he was crying in the street like Cheeky, but he'd be all right.
Don't get dropped.
Why I gotta get dropped?
I don't look at it like
this why we don't be vulnerable with y'all.
I don't look at it like that. Like, cause I'm like I said, me just being 100 with y'all, right? She was pregnant. You don't know if that was your baby. That's the way I look at shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's mama's baby, daddy's maybe. You know what I'm saying? Like, your girl was pregnant by who? That's the question I asked. By who? Do you know who she was pregnant by? Was it your baby? Did you have a reason to leave? Like, I mean,
wait a minute, Ricky. You just kind of unlocked a new character development in me because I don't be thinking like the woman is cheating. I really don't be thinking like that. But
but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying though, right? Why? Okay, when it comes to look, I'm real stout about this pregnancy thing, right? If you don't know where your girl was at, you don't know. That's just the way I feel about it when it comes to pregnancy. It's a lot of men out here raising children that's not theirs.
No, for real.
Right? So it'd be different if you'd be like, she had the baby and I dipped out, blah. But you don't know, bro. Like, no matter what y'all keep saying, man, like a man doesn't know that's his child until he gets a DNA test.
That's actually
Ricky, me and you might be a little bit more critical thinkers. I do believe there are some men that believe so strongly in what how the world is they're taking it in. Because me and you ain't going for that. I believe there's difference from I think those kids are mine, and I believe those kids are mine, and those kids are mine. Like all of those are different sentences for me. But what I heard from him is a man in pain that's been carrying pain for a long time. And here's the bigger part. He's never been forgiven. See, Cheeky just said I could understand, but I can't necessarily I forgot the words you used.
I can't make it. I can excuse it. I can understand it, but I can't excuse it.
So here's the thing, right? I'm in your boat. I can't excuse it, right? But I have to be honest, genuinely honest. I think he
right next to me.
He needs to be what happened?
Yeah, bring her back because I love right next. She's sitting right next to me. And if ooh,
that's the credit though. I'm going to add that to the credit.
Yeah.
That's
No,
a credit.
but we just gotta make it clear. We gotta make it clear. We gotta make it
No,
clear.
we got to make it clear that GBG is toxic. They love you. They'll abuse you. They'll threaten you. You can't leave. They'll kick you down. They'll push you back up. We don't appreciate this.
Why you think gang the way they is? You know what I'm saying? We understand each other. Yeah, we love women. We'll beat the shit out of you.
Guess what?
You tripping. Chicky tripping, yo.
TWT.
You think you finna just leave?
Hold on.
You think
The
you
man
think
in
you
the
finna
video.
just be able to talk crazy to us?
Can I ask a question about the man in the video? His question was, I forgot his answer. What was his biggest regret? He said he left a child.
His biggest regret was back in the day.
He didn't leave a child. He left his pregnant girlfriend. He didn't leave a child. He left his pregnant girlfriend.
Yeah, he left his pregnant girlfriend. He may not even know. He may not even know if she had the baby or did not. I'm guessing he might do know that she probably did, but there's so many compounding things that go through my mind. Is that there's guilt that men feel for leaving, and they don't feel they have the right to come back, and then but the first thing that went through my mind when I saw that video was like, man, that man needs some support, because he doesn't have the out without the necessary guilt that comes along with it, right? See, women have this focal point punch. Jesus Christ, y'all is trolling the chat, where they can just put a stop to it.
Beat it up! Beat it up!
Well, I was actually gonna add on to somebody was saying something that you don't know the baby was his, right?
Yeah.
And to go back to the earlier conversation where we're talking about like why don't black dudes choose black women or something like that. It's because we watch how our mothers move. I have two sisters with two different fathers, and they each had like 4 or 5 different dads. And these guys didn't know. They all thought there was a daddy.
He was white. He was white, bro. Why are we getting back on black women? That was a white dude, bro.
I wasn't watching. I'm sorry. I should have been watching, but I was doing something. There was a white dude. And
yeah, it was a white guy. Because I don't fix.
And I keep talking about black women because I only deal with black women, well, mostly. But that's mostly when people say women. If you're black, you think about black women. If you say women and you're white, you usually think of white women. So I think
is that black or white?
I'm not black, according to black standards. I'm not black.
All right, guys. The point of it is, I don't know. I just heard the man. I felt bad. I think that men carry such heavy burdens throughout the rest of their lives, and a lot of times they do it in silence, and there's a lot of pain that goes through men that we don't sometimes understand that they're walking around carrying. And so it just made me think of that. I was like, man, this man ain't never really been told, hey, it's okay. He been holding on to that guilt and that pain for his whole life.
Then buddy look 90.
I mean, the reality is, it's nice to see a man show emotions, but this speaks to what I said earlier. You never really know the trauma that a man is holding on to. So therefore, if you're going to deal with a man, and no, ladies, I'm not saying every man be their mama and let them rest their head on your tatas. But the one you're going to be with, afford him a little grace. Have little conversations with him. Try to make him feel comfortable enough sharing with you what he's been through without you throwing it back in his face. And to Granville, bring your little light-skinned self over here to Arkansas, and then I'm going to show you a thing or two. I'm sick of your toxic behind. The hell?
Beat it up. It's a drum. Play it.
Can I address the chat? I don't hate black women. I don't know any other kind of races of women, so I don't really know anything about them to criticize them like that.
Listen,
so.
nobody thinks you hate black women. If they do, that's their perspective. You're probably not going to change it.
I love black women. My mom's black. My whole family's black. So I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Yes,
my
I
God.
am.
How
Aren't
you
you
not
white,
black
Jack?
What?
And yes, I am cash flow.
Right now I'm white because I'm trying to alter my voice so that I can't. No one can tell my race.
The fuck?
And it's kind of why I keep the camera off because I really don't want people finding me. But yeah, sure. I'm white. We're Mexican. It doesn't matter.
Oh, órale, vato. You know what I'm saying?
All right, let me get to the next
I'm gonna
video.
take a smoke
We're
because
not
I'm
gonna get overly
confused.
caught up. We're not going. Oh, Prolific, you want to comment on the video?
Oh no, you good. I was confused by Buddy comment. I ain't. You good.
I don't want to get too caught up on it. Let's go to the GBG gang. Says on all fours, sugar bum. GBG gang. Oh, gosh. And then Raw B had to go. I don't know why he did that to her. He was making a point. Then he said, I bring it back because I take it from away, I bring it forward. That's what he's basically said. I take it away, I bring it forward. He put the love out there. And she said, what? And I don't know why they do this, but they do. And he says, put it in my face, Bubby. I beat it up for your GBG. I don't know what's wrong with y'all.
Fight back.
Your light skin self.
Fight back! Fight back! Fight back!
Fight
Make
back,
her
nigga.
fight back. Make her fight back.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I like it toxic.
Hey Lou, did you want to comment before I move on to the next video?
Nah. Go ahead.
All right, bet. I just wanted to be sure before I jump to this video, because I wanted to play the father impacts the roles, because I build in real time, right? I mine this out with y'all, but we explore multiple areas of the mind. Okay, Jack has an obsession with black women. I don't blame him because black women are queens.
His mama black.
Wait. How would I feel if? What would it look like if a white dude talked explicitly about black chicks? Like
nothing I can do about it.
It would look stupid. It's like, do you even know any black people? It's like, no. So why would I be sitting here talking about white chicks and I don't even know them like that?
Jack, let it go, brother.
It doesn't even make sense. I'm around black women. What is that?
Jack. Don't be the head dog that hollers. Don't be the head dog that
Jack
hollers.
need a snow bunny.
Let it go. We're gonna get to the next video. Now, this video here is the next video on the conversation. Please listen.
Were you raised with your mom and father?
I was hoping this question wasn't asked. Mostly my mom, but as far as father figure, there were so many, and I'm not trying to put my mom out there. So, Mom, if you see this podcast, I am so sorry, and I do love you.
Hey, she loves you. She loves you, Mom.
It was just so many.
Even though you was in the streets.
No, she wasn't. She wasn't. My mom's dad wasn't in her life, and my dad wasn't in mine. And so.
You're fine. Yeah, get her a tissue. Get her a tissue. Moms turn their daughters into women, and they turn their sons into adults. Fathers turn their daughters into ladies, and fathers turn their sons into men. The reason why is because fathers instill chastity into his daughters, which then makes her a lady. The reason why is because fathers instill discipline and decisiveness and integrity into his son, which turns him into a man.
So that guy sometimes has good takes. He's been on my feet, but the interesting part, well, I'll let you guys go. What comes to mind when that video is broken down to you?
Why was she crying though? I hope my mom doesn't see this. If your mama is not 16 to 20 years older than you, would she be seeing the social media stuff you looking at?
It's actually the most important part of the video for me.
Right, because you know what? I'm going to be quite honest with you, and this is not judgment against anybody. I could come on social media and act a whole jackass fool. You know why? Because my mama is almost 30 years older than me. She ain't finna be looking at nobody, so ain't nobody sending her shit because she's not with the bullshit. But a lot of children nowadays are basically in the same demographic as their parents. A lot of people had kids at 16. So, of course, their fathers didn't stay because they weren't adults. You know how I feel about it? Playing your kids and have the father in the life. You don't have to be in a relationship with a man for a man to be in the child's life. Let me shut up. Go ahead, Rick.
Why is she asking for forgiveness from her mom when it's her mom who put her through it?
Did you hear what I said?
Her mama didn't put her through nothing. She asking for forgiveness from her mama.
The situation. Yes, it is. Yes, it is her mom who put her through the situation that she crying about now.
No, let me explain to you why. She's asking for the forgiveness because she put in the fact that her mama was a hoe on blast. She could have had that same conversation and said, my mom was in my life and my dad wasn't in my life. All the men that your mama was sleeping with, that she had you calling uncle this and her brother that and her play cousin and your fake stepdaddy, those weren't father figures in your life. Those were transient men that your mother was sleeping with. And reality is, even though your mama put you through something, to say there were so many father figures, she knew what she was doing. She apologized because she done told the world that her mama was for the highways. Period.
That's how you interpret it.
But again, I asked you the question: why is she apologizing for telling the truth?
Because if her mama come across that clip, her mama finna beat the piss out of her for putting her business in the street. It's not right. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying what I have seen happen.
Her mama not gonna put a hand on her. That's not the reason why she said
Wait,
it.
so why is it? Because Aaron pointed this out. There's no forgiveness for the men that abandon their children, but there is forgiveness or excuse for the women that stock pockets. I don't understand this. She did put her daughter in that situation.
Yeah.
It's so much deeper than that. And that small 7 seconds of what him asking both your parents in your life, and her response is, I'm so sorry, Mom, but that first 10 seconds is the most powerful thing that was said in that video. Because there's so many things to digest. So many things to digest. One, the most important part for me is when a daughter goes through that experience with her mom, she don't want to be you. See, a lot of times we talk about the fathers, right? I talk about it a lot. Like as a son, your father is your hero until he's not anymore. You can't tell that boy nothing until he get to a certain point where he can go, man, I don't want to be like you. But to a certain point, that's his hero. Mothers are no different. Mothers are no different to a certain degree. They impact the way. See, her mother, she can't be like. She don't want to be like her mother. She don't want her mother's life. So she is she's constantly living her life to be different from her mother. Meaning it's gonna be hard, but she probably want to get married because her mom wasn't married, which is conflicting because most people don't get married because their parents wasn't married. But she's battling the experience that her mom had, what she experienced. Her mom didn't have a father. She didn't have a father. So she can't really blame her mom for what happened because her father wasn't there. And because her father is there, she kind of wants to blame her father, but she can't fully hold her mom accountable because her father wasn't there. And then the daughters that's expressing about her mom, her father wasn't there. She cannot fully make her mom accountable because she loves her mom and she's pained to acknowledge that she's disappointed. It pains children to acknowledge their disappointment in someone that they love. It pains her. And so, go ahead.
I respectfully disagree. I don't think that got nothing to do with the pain and not wanting to be like her mom, because like how you said, most people wind up replicating their mother's behavior.
Or they don't.
No, I said most. I know. The most. No, we're talking about the prevailing majority. Those that don't.
That girl right there, do you think she's going to duplicate it? That's my point. I'm analyzing.
Yes, I do. I do think that she's going to duplicate it.
Oh no.
I don't think that. Oh, like I was saying, I don't think that is about her, feeling any type of way about her mother's life. I really think that it's about her feeling a type of way if her mother will see that. Now, what I get from that clip is she's not been free to tell her truth about whatever happened, because if you look at what she said, I'm sorry, Mom, if you will see this. So it's not about the lifestyle. It's about if her mom will see that.
No, it's about her saying it out loud, acknowledging to the world what that is what she's described. Go ahead, Kylie Bab. Is that your hand up? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was getting ready to just agree with you. That's pretty much how I took it because she started crying even before she acknowledged, "Oh, Mama, I hope I hope you don't see this," and all this kind of stuff like that. It had already hit her. I took her as crying because she's scared of duplicating what it was that her mom went through.
Can I go after Kelly Bab?
Well, everybody can go, but I this particular thing really, I like. She is in so much pain to acknowledge that she loves her mom so much, but I can't be like you, Mama. And I'm supposed to hate you for this, but I don't know how to hate you, Mama. Like, it's so much into that she said in those 8 seconds. Now, I'm an overanalyzer. Sometimes I analyze too much. I overthink. I agree.
No, you took it the best way.
I don't believe her mom. I don't think her mom would hit her. I don't think her mom would I don't think she's living that life. I truly believe she loved her mom so much that she's paying to let her mom know that I can't be like you. Right. That you ain't the woman that I. Go ahead.
Can I?
I'm gonna say, can we be?
Wait.
Oh, that's your request.
Hey, Aaron. Does this? It kind of brings me back to that video you guys were talking about the other day about the that I think it was a white guy who was saying that his wife kept calling their daughter black or something like that. It was like he had an issue with that, and I was like, okay, I'm starting to see why, because if a lot of women's experiences can be colorized, and some women say we have a black woman experience, right? Why would you want your daughter to partake in that and have to live through those passed down traumas? Like, I'm starting to think that's what he was saying when he said, I don't want you to raise her like a black chick because you guys have these weird things of what it means to be a black chick, that you got to go through trauma and bullshit and all that stuff. I don't want you instilling that into my daughter. And that comes back to what I was talking about when I was saying maybe men are taught to look for, or boys are taught to look for things that their mothers replicate. When she was saying, you guys hit it right on the name when you was talking about she doesn't want to repeat it, but I think what she understood is that she did repeat it. She ended up doing exactly what her mom did, and maybe she's now seeing that it was an issue with her mother.
That girl did nothing like what her mom did. Nothing. She's
Not yet. Is that like a celebrity? I actually don't know who that is. Was that like a real?
No, she a regular degular. That's all it is, and she's not even old enough to replicate what her mama did.
Yeah, I'll play it.
I don't even know what that means. Old enough to replicate what her mom does? How old is she? Is she like 12 or something?
There's this thing called time. Okay.
I don't know. A lot of women can rack up time in college.
Okay,
I mean,
all right.
Jack, you have that echo thing going on again.
Oh shit!
You adjusted the last time, but if you could try for me, brother, I would appreciate it. And in the meantime, I'll play the game.
So this doesn't have to be a holy war, just because people have a different
war.
Aaron, I'm not saying you are, baby. Now you
I know.
I'm
just like, I like doing that sometimes. I know you ain't talking about me. I just like doing it. I want to feel like the center of attention. I apologize.
Can I before I go? Because I really gotta go. Robbie,
what a diva!
Robbie, when you were talking earlier, when you were saying that she didn't have to put her mom on blast like that, don't you think that's kind of the problem? Is that women are taught not to acknowledge women's bad behavior and to dress it up and make it look cute and say that mama had to do this in order to survive? Isn't that why chicks end up replicating the behavior, because they're being taught stuff like that? What should be not done or what should be ashamed of is supposed to be looked as a badge of honor that she had to do and stuff like that. Isn't that the reason why women end up replicating their mother's behavior? Because it doesn't seem bad. You see, men, they hold each other accountable. They say that's fuck shit. We don't do that. You get shamed. But women are like, no, we accept everything. Everything's okay as long as you survive or something like that. And isn't that why women tend to grow up with a skewed moral code?
So actually what I said was that she was crying because she put her mother on blast, because she has to deal with whatever ramifications that entails for her family. I don't know that struggle and I don't know that life. You know why? Because my father was in my life. My mother had a father that was in her life. My grandmother had a father that was in her life. My great grandmother had a father that was in her life. My father had a mother and a father that was in his life, and so on and so forth. I don't come from that broken family dynamic that a lot of people go through. But I do know a lot of young women, especially from a lot of Black homes, have to deal with backlash from their family members when they talk about the bad things that have happened inside of their home. And the key signifier in that conversation to me that it was not about her internal pain was when she said, "Sorry, mom, if you see this." That's what her tears were about for me. Because at the end of the day, there was no reason for her to be crying like that. If you when we watch it again, you will see what I saw.
I heard
So
what you
she
saw.
wasn't ashamed of the behavior. She was just ashamed of putting her mom on blast. Is that
Right, because what she said was there was
so
so
it's
many
possible she
father
replicated the
figures.
behavior, right?
Right. It's so what it is she said there were so many father figures. Sorry, mom. And then she started crying. Like at the end of the day, sorry, not sorry. And a lot of women might catch a fit about this. I don't give a shit. When you are behaving a certain way in front of your daughters, for the most part, unless your daughters have had some type of severe sexual trauma, they will replicate your behaviors, which is why you have families in which a mother has a child that's 16 years old, her child has a child at 15, 16 years old, and then they're both in the club together. Bad behaviors pass through generationally.
It
Robbie, it doesn't
Can I
sound
can
like
I
your
ask for
She
woman
another
might be the one to
replicated.
break it.
hello? Another perspective, Robbie, is that she probably, when she was young, she did judge her mom. She probably did say, all those things her mom was doing wrong. And then maybe she went through life, got a little experience, and then she fell into the same behaviors. And then she was like, I understand now. Maybe that was probably the
Whether
reason.
she judged her mom, whether she
No,
didn't judge her mom, whether she replicated the behavior, whether she didn't replicate the behavior. When you watch the video and you're watching closely, she doesn't cry because, oh my God, my daddy wasn't there and my mom was there. When she cries is when she says, but there were so many father figures.
I think
Sorry, mom,
maybe
if you
she
see
left some
this.
stuff out about all those father figures. Maybe some of them maybe traumatized her in a way no
That's a
one wants to talk about.
possibility as well.
I ain't
We
gonna
have
lie,
no
Aaron. I
idea.
agree
Not
with
at this
your
point.
I
We're
mean,
just
a bunch of
speaking
guys
from
going in at their house around your daughter. I mean, it gets kind of sketchy.
Right. That's why you shouldn't have a whole bunch of men over top of your children. Women, if you're gonna date and you're gonna move around, date, move around. Why does everybody need to be over top of your kids? Why your kids is being every single dude that's going up in you? Why you and that's a whole nother thing. Why you letting so
Let's not
many dudes
overly
go in
project.
you?
I'll play
Hold,
this video
hold
again.
on, hold on, hold on. One more thing before you go, Aaron. I just want to say that I think she was sanitizing the conversation. I think she said father figure in order to not avoid to making her mom look bad. I don't think those guys were father figures. I think they were like I think Ricky said, men who came in and out of her life. And if she would have just said that, they would have been worse than saying father figures, because I don't think you can have so many father figures. I think one or two of them would have stuck around. But
Well,
I think y'all
let's
digested the wrong way.
let's
Well, let's
watch the
watch it
video.
again. Maybe we'll change our perspective.
Everybody got their interpretations.
Were you raised with your mom and father?
I was hoping this question wasn't asked. Mostly my mom, but as far as father figure, there were so many, and I'm not trying to put my mom out there. So, mom, if you see this podcast, I am so sorry, and I do love you.
Hey, she loves you. She loves you, mom.
It was just so many.
Even though you was in the streets.
No,
Maybe
she
a little
wasn't.
bit.
She wasn't. My mom's dad wasn't in her life, and my dad wasn't in mine, and so.
You're fine. Yeah, get her a tissue. Get her a tissue. Moms turn their daughters into women, and they turn their sons into adults. Fathers turn their daughters into ladies, and fathers turn their sons into men. The reason why is because fathers instill chastity into his daughters, which then makes her a lady. The reason why is because fathers instill discipline and decisiveness and integrity into his son, which turns him into a man.
There's no need to preface her apologizing to her mom if those men were truly father figures. If they were true, what are you apologizing for if they were real men? Let's say if it was one man that she dated that was, presented that? What if it was your uncle or your cousin or the guy down the street who ran a barbershop? No, you preface that because there were a lot of men in and out that door. That's why you preface it the way she did. Right? So again, let's like I said, brother, like you don't what I don't want to get frustrated about it. It's what it is, man. It's exactly what the brother said, right? Don't nobody it's crazy how we see example after example after example after example, right, of the right way to do things, but people still try to go against the grain because what they want to do isn't the right thing. What you want to do isn't the right thing. That's the world we live in now. Oh, because it's because I want to do it, and that makes it okay. It doesn't. It's just something you want to do.
I mean, again, I feel like it was more so her being upset that she put her mom out there for being a hoe. At the end of the day, and people could feel like, oh, I think she doesn't want to be that type of woman, and it's very well true that she might not be, but she wasn't crying because she didn't want to be the same type of woman as her mama. She was crying. Wait.
Did you miss the part where she said when he said, "Oh, your mom was on the street"? She was like, "No, she wasn't."
Bruh, did she say don't say that? But
No. She said no, she wasn't. So when the fact that
she was for the streets.
We're gonna watch it. No, she said no, she wasn't, which alludes to it's not about promiscuity, but it's about a lack of a father figure that she attributes to her mom. But we can watch it one more time.
When she sits there and she says, I'm sorry, but when she sits there and she says there were so many, the verbiage is attributed to that of whole behavior, whole activities, a whole ACEs, and be it for the highways. I don't know how other people were raised, right? But most other people that I know, they went their whole entire life and they never even knew that their mother was dating. Because they never seen anybody that wasn't a serious relationship around their mother. So if your mother had a whole bunch of people in and out your house, if your mother had you calling a whole bunch of people uncle, they was her play brothers, they was this, that, and the third, and your mama might have been for the streets. Ain't no shame in it. It is what it is.
Aaron, run it back because the girl says no, she wasn't. He said he made the same presumption.
I heard her say it. I can confirm she said
it.
I think
no, guys, she didn't say that there were so many.
No. Robbie, you're right.
He made the same presumption that we would when somebody says that, and then she said no, she wasn't, which clarifies my mama wasn't promiscuous, but the men that she may have introduced definitely have a psychological or emotional toll on me, hence the crime.
Okay,
but we can watch it one last time to see if she said no, she wasn't.
This is the thing, Cheeky, right? We both can be right that she said no, she wasn't for the streets. But by definition, when you say there were so many, and then you say, sorry, mom, for putting you on blast. That is by definition saying that her mama was a hoe. Because if she wasn't promiscuous, okay.
It's not by definition.
Here's the logic. Right. Here's the logic. Women say this all the time. You can go on dates and not have sex with men. That could be the case.
If you go on dates and you don't have sex, there's nothing to apologize. There ain't nothing to put on blast, Cheeky. I'm
with Raw B's.
Me too.
First interpretation. However, I'm with my analyzation of it.
I think both things are true at the same time.
Well, I'm not saying that. Well, look, I don't think she cried because she afraid her mama gonna do something. I don't believe that. Listen, we get to a certain point where we ain't worried about our mom no more. I don't know if you got to that point. You might be still scared. But everybody gets to a certain point because honestly, she wouldn't have said nothing. She wouldn't have went on a podcast. She wouldn't have mentioned her mom at all if there was terror there. There's not terror. There's shame.
Well, you're a man, so let me ask Callie, because Callie's a woman. Maybe I just have a unique relationship with my
Don't do
mama.
that to me. Don't do that to me.
What? No, I'm just serious. You are a man.
Change
Men
your
look at
voice
things.
back. Change your voice. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Men look at things differently. Like with my mama, I'm still not playing with her. I'm a grown woman, got my own thing going on, my own kids, and there's certain ways I'm not playing with my mama. Now, Callie, is you trying to play with your mama any old type of way? And I know you're a grown woman too.
My mom is soft like cotton. I'm more scared of my father than I am of my mother.
Now, nope. Now, let me ask you this.
My mother never hit me. She never did any of that shit. My mom never raised her voice at me. All she would do is she would give me the eyebrow look, and that was it. She didn't have to do shit else.
Oh,
So
God bless
yeah,
your
my
life.
mom is soft as cotton.
God bless your life. Because my mama was not with the shits. I don't play with my mama. I don't know about nobody else in the whole wide world. I don't even care. Mama, I don't play with it. I don't play with it. I know.
Robbie, do you think maybe the reason why she said her mama wasn't for the streets is because today women have a very conflicted image of for the streets versus being, what is it, sexually liberated, or that whole women can sleep with as many men is. Maybe that's
I think a lot of people don't want to.
Because some people think for the streets it means like you out there like prostitutes and stuff. And she's like, oh, my mom, she wasn't like that, but she was definitely sexually liberated.
I think she knows her mom is for the streets, but she, like women do. No, not like that. That's a natural response. It's not gonna sound right to say she for the streets. Even
right.
This is like when I talk about, because that's why I said Robbie's breakdown initially. I agree with it. The other breakdown, I'm kind of in like a little different from my analyzation, but you have to understand. Either she not gonna say nothing at all because she's terrified of her mom, which I don't think that she's terrified. I think that she feels shame. She knows that this gonna hurt because she ain't never said this to her mom face like this. She ain't never brought this up, spoke out loud. She said she was dreading them actually talking about it because she know how this gonna come out. Like, God damn, I gotta say this, and it hurts. There's a pain you feel when you have to acknowledge that your mom, your father, brings shame to your heart, but you love them so much. So it's the same thing when I talk about fathers doing their moms and their daughters a certain way. When their mom was for the streets, but they gonna fight you when you call their mom a 304, and their daughters is fast, but they gonna fight you for it's that similar thing, but just in another direction. And the way I interpret that, she feels shame and she hurt that she has to acknowledge that about her mom because she loves her so much, and she know what women go through, and she know what her mom go through not having a father there because she ain't had a father there. So she can't fully put the accountability on her mom, but she knows, and she don't want to be none like her
Aaron.
mom.
What about she spent her entire life defending her mom's behavior, and then at some point she grew up and realized accountability, and then she said, oh my God, my mom was the reason why nobody wanted to stay with her. Like it was her. It wasn't everyone else. Maybe she came to that realization that, like, she kept blaming everyone else for her why the dudes were leaving, but she realized it was her.
No, I think you're adding a lot of interpretation to something that wasn't there, and you're adding
going too deep.
What happened in her life. I'm breaking down what exactly happened right there, right?
Sorry, I'll keep it surface. I tend to get too deep in these conversations.
And everybody apologized to the mom. Everybody on the panel. Sorry, mom. She love you. Sorry. What's up with that?
Nah.
This is the thing. Like, we all going to take from it different perspectives, like Aaron said. And it's good to have these conversations because you never know what a person is going through and what the perspective might be. All I know is this.
Don't say it again. Don't you try to cement your point to be right. Don't you do it. Don't you
wait. If Erin's perspective is right and she don't want to be like her mama, that is just really, really sad. Like, I feel bad for the young girls out here whose mamas wasn't role models. Shout out to my mother, because I most assuredly try to be like her. Shout out to the real mamas. Amen. Amen.
I never heard, sorry, Dad, I love you. Dad, we love you. I never heard that on a panel.
Nah, because fathers ain't about to get that because men get a different experience. And the show that I do with Cheeky tomorrow, we got the time. I'm gonna really break that down. But that's y'all can't have it all.
You hear that, Rob? We're gonna break that down.
I'm one man. Okay, y'all can't have it all. Okay.
One thing though,
that doesn't
I mean, your
pertain to me.
mom
I
doesn't.
love my daddy.
My thing is this though, your mom doesn't necessarily have to be bad for you not to want to be like her in certain aspects. There's certain aspects about my mom I don't want no fucking parts of.
True.
I love my mom. My mom was a
And
bad
look,
girl, and I was happy.
Callie,
I learned not to be
I agree
fake people like that.
100%. Shout out to the Get Back Gang. They said for show love, pound town on that. He is aggressive there. And you says, from my experience, the moms who are for the streets tend to get straight disrespect from their daughters. So that's two ways to interpret that, right? If her mom is just like crazy out there, as opposed to someone that has had a bunch of relationships, there's two ways to conduct that. Or there's more than two, but it's two ways to look at that. Daughters don't always view their moms that way. It depends on their relationship. And just because your mom is for the streets don't mean she didn't have no good relationship with you. So it's a lot that could go into that. I just want you guys to understand. This is the most important to understand, right? Just like I say, fathers, you need to be the man that you want your son to be. Mothers need to be the mothers that they want their daughters to be. The problem is the reason why a lot of these women don't want to get married because they don't want to be their mamas. They don't want to be their grandmas. They don't want to be y'all. They don't respect y'all at that level that y'all think that they do. That's why they don't get married. Because y'all ain't get married. Y'all not conducting the behaviors in which your daughter should be like. You not the woman that your daughter want to be. You not her. That's the real underlying issue with a lot of these daughters that y'all don't really want to realize. A lot of these moms is losers, and y'all haven't resembled the behavior that these daughters want to be like, so they're making alternative choices. And go ahead, Robbie.
So are you saying that women by default are just becoming the same woman their mother is? Because if their mother wasn't married, right, even if they don't want to be her, and then they wind up not getting married, they in fact are her. It's the same. No. It's the same dynamic.
Not just marriage, though.
No, that's different.
That is a component. Let her finish. Let her finish because she owns something.
So this is the thing, though. Like, if there is no respect, and your children don't look up to you, and your children don't want to replicate you, in the words of Aaron, no, then they don't respect you. I mean, I think that's the difference between me and a lot of women. I respect my mother. I hold her in the highest regard, in her flaws and in her goodness. Like, I mean, come on. A lot of women, I know you're saying that a lot of women don't want to be like their moms, that they don't respect their moms, but they wind up being their moms because their moms didn't edify. Yeah, they do. Their moms aren't married. Their moms
I hear what you said, and I can understand how you get to that point, but you're taking one area and limiting to the marriage part. I'm saying they don't want a lot of her life, not just the marrying part, and the marrying part comes with the fear.
Right, but what I'm saying,
Go ahead.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if their mother is the type of mother, right, that slept with a man that wasn't in the picture and wasn't involved in their life, and then they turn around and they have children with a man who's not in the life, they become just like the mother. If their mother was dependent on social services for the vast majority of their life.
I get you. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying now. Okay. So I'm with you to a certain degree. I think a cycle has to be broken. So I understand what you're trying to say. I think that girl right there is going to break a cycle. I'm not saying it's a marriage cycle, but I think it's a behavior cycle. It's a lifestyle. There's a character. There's a bunch of other different things that she's looking to break because what happened prior to her, things like that. I think she's looking to break that, but she feels bad because a lot of times, you know, that woman got, you could say the guy to like, he tricked her. And then after that went down, everything went bad after that. Every guy she got with after it was bad because it started from that one guy, and it's a domino effect. So she might be understanding the first guy her mom dealt with, that her dad left them, and then she probably tried to find other things and other men, and it just never stick. So so she feels bad, but at the same time, she don't really want to go through the things that she saw her mother go through. So
hey, Aaron, did she say she never met her father, or that she didn't know him?
I'll play the video again because I like the music.
I only asked that because I'm thinking maybe she met up with him later on and he told her the truth of why he left.
And no, That her
look
and
at
her
her
mom
mom
never
differently.
had that heart. Her and her mom never had that heartfelt conversation. That's why her heart exploded on the front of that podcast. They never had that conversation.
Raised with your mom and father?
I was hoping this question wasn't asked. Mostly my mom, but as far as father figure, there were so many, and I'm not trying to put my mom out there. So, mom, if you see this podcast, I am so sorry, and I do love you.
Hey, she loves you. She loves you, mom.
It was just so many.
Even though you was in the streets.
No,
Maybe
she
a little
wasn't.
bit.
She wasn't. My mom's dad wasn't in her life, and my dad wasn't in mine. And so
You're fine. Yeah, get her a tissue. Get her a tissue. Moms turn their daughters into women, and they turn their sons into adults. Fathers turn their daughters into ladies, and fathers turn their sons into men. The reason why is because fathers instill chastity into his daughters, which then makes her a lady. The reason why is because fathers instill discipline and decisiveness and integrity into his son, which turns him into a man.
Now,
Wait, Aaron,
okay,
can you?
okay, what I got from that video is that she never said she never met her father. She said he wasn't in her life. I mean, that could be interpreted a lot of different ways because there are a lot of dudes who know their kids, but they're not in their life.
Aaron, I wanted you to look at.
She did say that. She said he was not in her life. She said her father wasn't in her mom's life, and her dad wasn't in her life. So, did she mean she never met him at all, or that? Yeah, okay.
I think you're over examining it because we don't know.
Yeah, because if she actually did meet him and talk to him
one time every year, the way she perceives it is he's not in her life. So that's how you have to take it.
So this is another thing that I noticed from watching that clip again, where the edit is, where the cut is. So what was the conversation before the cut that actually brought her to a place where she was crying? So that's another component to add as well. I mean, like there's a whole bunch of things to extrapolate from this 59-second clip. The reality is you would have to go ahead and watch the whole video to really get a truer sense of what's going on. This has been a good conversation thus far, though, because again, like I told you, you let people talk long enough, they will explain to you their confirmation and their bias. You can't possibly. What up? You can't possibly sit. No, Lou, you can't possibly extrapolate the truth from a whole situation in 59 seconds. Lou, I'm so sick of you, but I like you because you're funny.
It just seems like, I'm sorry for cutting in, right? It just seems like the experience was so painful that she doesn't want to repeat it, right? Because humans learn their behavior by watching other people's behavior, right? And there's like a psychological understanding that like after the age of 25, the only thing that can make you or that can create new habits for you per se is extreme pain or something that is painful. But fortunately for her, the experience that she's had at a younger age was so painful that she actually doesn't even want to begin the same behavior that her mother had in order for her to change it later on in life in the first place. You see what I'm saying? So I think she's ready to not even start the cycle. She's just gonna go on a new cycle and not go through the same experience, in my opinion. Like that's what it looks like to me.
So I
think she got a skirt
why we
of the
missing the
same
part
behavior.
where she says, I was hoping we wouldn't talk about this, which means the only time I hear that coming from people is if it was already on their mind and they just don't want to acknowledge it or they don't want to admit that it's there. It's very similar to if I don't say it's there, then it's not there type deal. That girl said, I was hoping we wouldn't talk about this topic, which means she knows there's a soft spot or something that's not been resolved. It's something. Nobody be hoping not to talk about something unless they just don't want to talk about it because of whatever the case may be. And it seemed like she explained by saying, I was hoping we didn't have to talk about it. But now that we're here, I got to talk about it. And since I got to talk about it, this is what it is. That's what it seemed like.
I don't, and I hear you and I get it and I get why you guys feel how you feel. I just think that, first of all, No Fugazi podcast is brilliant. I think this clip was edited very, very well. And what this clip does is it increases my curiosity to know why she even said that in the first place. Did she pay to be there? Was she invited to come? Like, does she have a story that they were exploring and that's a part of her story? Like, now I want to know more. Y'all got me invested. Thanks a lot, guys. The hell?
You mean thank you, Aaron? No.
Yes, thank you, Aaron. No, my bad.
I'm just playing. I want all the attention. I want all the attention. But no.
What a diva.
So the thing is, right? You use a component, you use a moment to highlight even a bigger moment, right? The thing is, whether or not that specific situation highlights to people, you know it exists. Like, remember I talk about, like, I know it exists. People ain't seen their pops in 20 years, y'all there. Even if it ain't that exact person, we know it exists, right? Here's the problem, right? And it's gonna hurt. And I probably shouldn't play this clip. I probably shouldn't dive into this because it's gonna hurt a lot of people's feelings, right?
Not mine.
I'm gonna play it anyway because the truth must be revealed, okay? And I am the son of the truth, okay? I am the son of the truth, okay? So I will play the clip. I'm afraid to do it, but I think I'm gonna have to do it, okay?
Okay, Jesus, play it.
I know. Lamar Black, listen, GBG gang is in the building. You better chill out. Chill out right now because Cheeky already got him riled up. All right, chill out. But I love
ho. Yeah, ho.
Calm down, Mr. GBG gang. Calm down, okay?
Not ho. Ciao.
Yeah, I know. Look.
That's that old school. That's that old school Gucci. That's when OJ the Juice Man was with Waka Flock. Yeah, ho. Yeah,
I want you guys to listen, right? Because y'all don't do as good as Ricky as listening. Listen to this interaction in this particular family. I want you just to listen in, okay?
You promise? I promise. And if you promise, you do your part.
I will do my part, I promise. It'll happen.
Yeah,
it'll happen.
No problem. I have to go.
It's okay.
Otherwise, it was so late. I'm gone.
Don't be
That's why I promise you. Don't let it be too long.
I promise you it'll be soon.
This is what I have to live for. Waiting not too long.
You won't be long.
What's up with that, dude? Black people get married too.
Emotional show today. I don't know what's going on.
Listen.
That was unnecessary, dude.
Life is
Mr. Ricky got married too.
Almost cried right now.
It's important that I
started singing the song. He was singing the song.
Your thoughts.
I don't think nothing. I think everybody get married.
Be quiet then. You don't think nothing.
It's the understanding. It's the understanding. You ask me. If we look at that video, right? Again, if we want to be very specific, right? Not Pacific, but very specific, right? We on this panel, and what we talk about relationships. We talk about relationships. That's all we be talking about, relationships, right? It's showing that some cultures have an understanding, right? Their mentality is, why you ain't married yet? That's really what it's about. She like, I'm about to kill over. You know what I'm saying? I was thinking in my head, I hope she ain't lying to this woman that's about to die. That's what I was thinking in my head, right? Before I seen the rest of the video, right? They have an understanding that the basis of your life starts with a husband and wife, with the marriage. They have an understanding, right? So while they fight for reasons to get married, right? We fight for reasons not to get married. But what do I know?
You know a lot. Apparently, a lot of people ain't catching it. They need to be listening. At the end of the day, I thought that was amazing. Like, if you ever had a family member that holds on a little bit longer so they could see the child that you're about to give birth to, so they could be at a certain event, then you identify with that on a certain level. Like in our community, not in in the African American community, I'll say that people got a lot of hang-ups, they got a lot of issues, and I get it or whatever. I just thank God every day that the struggles that I hear y'all talk about, it's not my life and it's not my struggles. Thank God that I have the mother and the father that I have and the family structure that I have, so that a lot of the trauma and the perils that people deal with, I have been sheltered from. Amen for Jesus. Let me be quiet.
I've been to a lot of black weddings. So
quiet.
Okay.
Hey, I knew it, and I knew it was gonna happen in the chat, right? I knew it. Y'all make me sick, bro. Right? They probably divorced already. Why you getting married? Why you get married? Because your mama or your grandmama wanted you to get married. Y'all some sorry.
Wait. They have a very low chance of getting divorced. Let's be clear. But who cares about that? That's not the point. Here's the point. What's the one thing I try to teach y'all that lack in women? Let me tell y'all. Honor.
Duty.
Honor. You see what listen, yeah, y'all women lack honor. The whole bunch of y'all do. And I can say that. Some men can't say it, but I will, right? Let me be very clear. Her grandmother said, do your part. She said, I will. She said, do your part. She said, I will. See, it means something what her grandmother think about her. It means something to dishonor her family. It means something. A lot of people running around here, they family don't mean nothing, so ain't nothing to honor.
Different
ain't
culture.
Nothing to honor. And so when
Work
you
that
see
thing, baby.
Hold on, let me cook. Hold on. When you see a young lady from the clip before, right? You see a young lady that's trying to live her life a better way. That don't have the grandparents that came before, because she said her dad wasn't there either. She don't have the experience before to have something to be honorable to stand up for. So she's been the first one to try to break the curse. That's why it's so hard to see things that you can't see unless somebody show it to you. That girl is moving on honor. She's moving on her family. Do your part. See, that small thing I read so much and understand so much in so little things. Do your part. You know what she said?
I will.
Work that thing, baby. Work that thing.
The only other imagery
is because we destined to fail forever. Because man, y'all not ready for me to break this stuff down.
Hey.
So you want us to learn from other cultures? Is that it?
You ever seen a
Work
war
that thing,
movie
baby.
with a general's down and he looking at the last soldier like you got this, and he looked him in the eye and be like, I got it, and he go fulfill the mission, and then it all ends and happy. Of course, it's girly because you had to have the music and all that. What if that was a Saving Private Ryan? That's that nigga shooting at the top. That was like wow, we don't see that a lot from women. Sorry, we really don't. She understood duty and honor in one whole city. Duty and honor. She's like, I need to be able to see this generation pass on. I want to see that. I did all of this so you can be here.
You're my life's work. Man,
she said it's my.
So you gonna marry? So Aaron, you gonna marry a Chinese woman?
Oh man.
I don't even think
you don't like rice.
I ain't against marriage.
Now you don't like rice.
Here's my thing. My thing is this: people talking about you got to go to another culture to find that, and I'm saying no, you don't. No, that's Lamar talking about some different cultures, different cultures.
No, that was Lock Nation. No, that
was Lock Nation. We don't Lock Nation.
It was Lock Nation.
You said that.
Yeah, look at
okay, Lock Nation. I'm a whoopie too. But my thing is that you don't have to go outside of the black culture in order to find that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Don't worry. That wouldn't be me. Don't worry about that. I said, don't worry about that. That wouldn't be me. I don't climb fences.
Okay. I think I get it, but I'm gonna just smile and nod. But you don't have what you need to do if you at all possibly can is to find other folks who are living out the example that you want and basically mooch off of them. You know what I'm saying? Soak all that positive shit into you or whatever like that, and try and apply that as best as you can within the parameters of your own life. That's it. Because that kind of shit right there is not foreign to me. I didn't have to go to a whole other culture in order to see that shit. And from what Robbie is saying, she ain't have to go outside of Black American culture in order to find that shit either.
I didn't make that.
I did.
Hold on, wait.
$2.
I don't make this stuff black and white. I don't make it. Listen. I talk about honor. I don't give a damn what color you are. Move with honor. That's what I speak about. So when I hear these women, look, I ain't gotta ever worry about a woman cheating on me and saying I'm gonna get you back. I don't do that. This is why when I say something happened between me and Anton, it don't work out, I won't be going on no panels talk about this what he did and I won't speak about it. I move differently. So I require people that be around me, people that I'm close to have an honor code, to move a certain way. So I look for that in the women. So when I hear these women talking, oh, well, men do it too, and and I say it ain't take two, it only take one to make a decision. I'm different. I don't move the way they move. I don't think the way they think. And it drives me crazy that y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it. You ain't supposed to cheat back. You ain't supposed to be you ain't supposed to do that. You supposed to be who you are. It don't matter what they doing. That's why I highlight things this way.
Bars.
Man.
Bars.
That's how it's supposed to be.
I agree with Aaron.
Oh, we didn't let have Aaron. Aaron, you ain't drink no water. I was about to say you ain't drink no water.
Bars.
I do agree with Callie. You don't have to go out your.
Do you believe in true love, Aaron?
I don't give a damn about no true love.
Hi, the sophisticated
I didn't ask you if you gave a damn about it. I asked you, do you believe in it?
Don't play with them today. Don't play with it.
I believe the term has been used, and I believe people believe that they truly in love. I don't know what the hell that means personally. No.
Facts. Have you ever touched? No, let me take that back. Has a woman ever touched you to the point so soulful that your heart just caves in, like you believe this is the one for you, right?
TD Jakes and shit now.
Yeah, that's not something that can happen because I don't believe in the one.
Talking about.
I believe in whoever I'm dealing with is the one. I don't believe there's one person. If I'm dealing with you, you're the person. But I don't think it's the one.
There's a holy water.
Have you ever tried?
I can't attempt to do things that I don't believe in. And this fairy tale of this in love, because in love and love is what I've been told. I don't believe this in love stuff. Now, I believe love exists. Yes, this in love stuff, I don't comprehend that, and I don't operate my life around it.
We were talking about in love earlier today on my show, and I also agree. I think that in love is like a puppy love. It's not a love.
The honeymoon phase.
Yeah. That's when like you're falling asleep on the phone and shit like that. Like love literally requires you to say, I don't like you today, but I still want to make sure you're good. And I still want to make sure you're okay.
There's too many different answers I get from, and y'all keep saying love is different for everybody. I ain't got time for all this extra stuff. You know what I can say? I can tangibly stand on honor and character. I can actually do that, right? All this other stuff, I can't do it. I feel love for people. I feel anger. I can feel all those emotions, right? But what I can say I will do is stand on honor, stand on principles. I will and can do this other love. I'm in love. I don't understand it. You can't force me to see it. I don't understand it. It's not my mind, I don't operate in that world. I'm sorry. I don't shame nobody else that do. Feel free to. If you want to be all in lovey-dovey-dovey, stay away from me, because what you're going to get is a big dose of reality, because I'm not in the business of that. I'm going to be very critical of you. I'm going to be very controlling of things. I'm going to have a lot of directives, but I'm going to carry myself away, and which is respectable. But I'm sorry, I don't do that other stuff. I can't help with that.
This is why AOC is the greatest show on earth, because it's two people who can understand and think alike. Been telling y'all.
Who hurt you, bro?
It's that BS.
It's not about. It's not about.
Has anybody ever had somebody touch you and make you feel special? Well, after it happened, I came back to reality is what I typically hear from men. Right? That's typically what I hear from men. They
because you're young,
Chiggy.
Chiggy. That's
Come back.
because you're young.
You missed. You forgot. You
I'm
left
not
out.
going
You left
for it.
out. You left out the part where his heart caved in.
You're too
Y'all
young.
always want these
Because you're young.
intangible things to maintain a relationship, which requires very tangible efforts, very tangible actions, very tangible, all these intangible stuff y'all be hung up on.
You see that? You want too much. You want too much. Let things flow naturally, like river. Let things flow naturally.
Let me jump in here. It's not about finding the right person. It's about being that person. Aaron says,
Listen.
Aaron
Y'all
said,
better leave
being the right person.
Aaron alone. Y'all keep playing in Aaron's face.
There's a reason why arranged
Like
marriages
he's here
work
for the
better.
bullshit.
No,
and
it's
then
about
when he
being the
gets
right person,
turned,
not finding the
Arranged
y'all
marriage,
sit there
arranged
and be all
marriages
in your
work because
feelings.
people understand the duty behind it. They
Yeah, Ricky, that's
understand
what
it's
I'm
the
saying.
honoring
Like,
of the
not about
families
love and
that
all that bullshit.
they honored their families' decision. That's why arranged marriages work. Love is a choice, right?
Arranged marriages don't always work.
Again, a woman's output. I completely understand, right? We
It
always go to the other
overwhelmingly
end of
works
it,
better
right?
than that lovey-dovey shit.
But again, this is how I associate.
Stop.
You honor what you love. You take care of what you love, right? You have a duty to what you love, right? If I don't give a fuck about you, none of those things apply.
Well, that makes sense.
That's because you don't want them to apply, Ricky.
Hey, it's
No,
about being the right
I'm
person.
more so
not
with
finding
the
right person.
I'm not. Yeah, I think
thing.
I'm more aligned with Ricky on it because I'm not finna have one or the other. I need both. So in order for me to be able to carry out any of my duties, I actually have to give a fuck.
Do you give a fuck?
Not about you.
Excuse me?
Do you give a fuck though? I'm asking.
I've been with the same person for 23 years. I think I kind of give a fuck.
Okay.
That's
my point.
Personally qualified. So here's the difference, right? Because you said you actually have to care. I don't. I only have to care about what I stand on. Whether I can stand you or not, don't matter.
It's true. It's about being the right person, not finding the right
that
person.
might suck for me.
Y'all chasing
for this
like a
happy
dog
life
without
that I
tail.
should get, but that other stuff don't matter. Like it don't matter if I like you or not. It's what I'm supposed to do, right? And I think there's a big difference. Is it easier if you like the person? Is it easier if you enjoy things more? Absolutely, right? But at the end of the day, when things ain't happy, when things ain't going all good and well, do you stand on it? And that's more important to men than not.
Aaron, I done told you this already before. Now, you good. I told you. We together forever.
Oh,
I got you. Even when you get over nerves. Now, I'm just playing. But seriously. People don't stand on shit nowadays. I don't give a shit what nobody say. Everybody be mad at everything. Hi, David. You're new. Welcome to the show.
Hey, how you doing? How did I get David to cam up? That's impressive. What's going on, David?
Not much. Just listening and learning.
Russell Wilson. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I get that nowadays. Yeah, I appreciate that. Listening and learning, guys. Thank you.
No doubt.
But I hear what you're saying about duty, and I think duty is a major component of it. People need to have duty to their kids, duty to their families, and duty for a whole bunch of stuff. But everybody just want to cry. I don't know what you crying for.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough to balance. Go ahead.
I like taking care of people.
No, what I'm saying is, and I need y'all to hear me when I say this, right? Your feelings are yours, and you're entitled to them, right? You loving somebody makes it easier for you to do what you need to do, but you still need to do what the fuck you supposed to do. Right? You still was supposed to. If you, and that's why people don't want to get married. Like I said before, y'all won't committed relationships without commitments.
Did you hear what I said?
That's what y'all really want, right? Y'all want somebody to rock with you, but when you don't want to fuck with them, it's all right.
I like that. I like that.
So again,
stop telling that truth.
Like, and let me say this and shut up, right? Again, when you marry somebody, it's not about what the fuck you feel. You made an oath. When you took your ass and hit and watch what they're gonna say. That's why you shouldn't have the government in your business when it comes to marriage. The reason the government's in your marriage is because people's words don't mean shit. You can't go down in that car lot, since y'all want to keep comparing people to automobiles, right? And say, you know what? I really love that car. I'm gonna pay for it.
Did you hear what I said?
That's a good
No, they
soundbite.
make your ass sign that paperwork because it's an oath. It's a contract between you and a secondary party. The reason why the government's in your business, and I tell y'all this is about everything. The reason why the government in your business, because people are not responsible for their own shit.
Yeah.
See,
Plain
now
and
we're gonna have to
simple.
talk about divorce now, Ricky.
Word
Right?
No, not.
Oh
Leave Ricky
God,
alone.
here
Leave
we
Ricky
go.
right now.
No, just real
Here
quick. I
you
don't mean to
No,
go.
but Ricky look like what's it? Rasheed Wallace. Don't mess with him.
The thing
Ricky
is,
ain't playing with y'all.
why would women want to be responsible and dutiful and honorable, blah 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 blah, if the contract favors them? There's no reason.
Why are you
That's
dealing
not
with
true.
why? And this is what I'm gonna keep telling y'all, Lou. Why do you continue to use the example of a woman who want to use this contract over your head as a mate you would wish to choose?
Because
Thank
they represent the overwhelming
Right.
part of
So
the
again,
population.
you want to fuck with the overwhelming ones instead of going to get you one.
No, I didn't say I want to do that. I'm saying that's what is happening. I didn't say I want to do that.
Okay.
We
So
obviously
again,
don't want to do that.
I don't care, bro. If you don't want to get married, don't. That's your argument. That's the end of the fucking argument.
But Ricky, why do you argue for marriage if you know the stats?
I'm not arguing for shit. My marriage worked. Yours don't.
Why do you
Correct.
go? Why do you
I'm
go
not
based solely
married.
on
Correct.
statistics?
I'm not married. But this is the
Why
thing.
do you go
When
basically? Why you go
If
basic
you
basic
don't
on
want
the
to get
statistics?
married,
Unlock.
Not
don't.
going on statistics. Go on the eye test.
You see what's funny? Okay, watch this, right?
If
We agree.
you don't want to
we
get
agree.
married, don't, Lou.
We agree that statistically, I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm just participating in the conversation. If we agree that statistically arranged marriages work better, and everyone says yay, but then when we say that, the marriage stats in the West or in the U.S. specifically are different, then everybody says, well, if you don't want to get married, don't get married. So how do stats work for one thing and stats don't work for other things? I'm confused.
So this is the thing, Lou, right? Stats work everywhere. I think that I know what is happening right now is there's a push to bring marriage back into the African American community. Now, we're at a point in society where you can go by the stats and there is logical, decisions behind it, or you can just be more intentional in who you choose to select. The issue with this society in America and with marriages is people are not in a position, or not forced to be in a position where they have to choose based on who is actually going to work out for them, because everything is quick and instant. Take your time and be selective, and then the chances increase dramatically that you'll have a marriage that lasts. I think that's the point that we Unlock and Ricky are getting at, because Ricky done told you. He said, well, did you hear what he said?
Yeah,
okay,
I agree,
ain't nothing wrong with his marriage. Ain't nothing wrong with his marriage. We Unlock ain't nothing wrong with his marriage either. So when y'all are talking negative statistics to men that have marriages that work, the men that have marriages, and Lamar Black too, the men that have marriages that work are looking at y'all like, what the fuck you talking about? You choosing wrong. The same way women look at other women like you choosing wrong.
So it all stems down to the fear of losing, right? I think that's what it all stems down to. And unfortunately, the parents made the children that are afraid to lose. Love C says, Aaron, what are you doing to us today? I saw it. I so means nothing buys it. Shout out to my brother L.A. Wilkes. He said, Aaron, you own one today. I'm not. I's innocent. I is innocent. It ain't me. We just having a conversation. Can we buy We Unlock some Kleenex or a new camera lens or something? I'm tired of him. Look like he at Bikini Bottom.
Nigga.
Damn.
Hey, Lou, happily married people, they don't know how not to be unhappy. They keep pretending not.
Lamar, what you don't understand
wait.
is
Say what?
What y'all don't understand is it's a generational gap.
Okay, I'm good.
But you know what's funny? You know what's funny about marriages that do work? They are usually the second marriage, and this is where the problem is, right? Marriages that do work.
It's not a problem.
No. This is what
marriage have a higher
I'm sorry.
divorce rate than the first.
I'm sorry. This is what I'm seeing, right? I could be wrong.
Okay,
Usually, the marriages that do work are second marriages because most first marriages end in divorce anyway. Now, Aaron, if you're saying that second marriages have higher divorce rates, that's even worse. That's even worse. That makes the argument.
So
the argument
the thing
dies right
is
away.
that it's not the marriage that's the problem. It's the person that you married.
All right, Callie Bev. Now, when you do that, it's no different than when we say Christianity. Hey, it's the Christian, you doing that. So it gets into that thing. At the end of the day, people interpret the world how they see the world. It's really hard to change it unless somebody has the ability to go, hey, Christianity is great. You just a bad Christian, and I don't care that what you're doing is bad. I will continue to separate it. Will only work if people like, oh, that couple just didn't work. Marriage is great, but that's just a couple. Like, people see the world the way they see it. It's very difficult to alter that. What I've learned is this, right? Because I would see things, right? But I'm very self-critical, right? At a very high rate. I used to see billionaires, rich people get divorced, and they want me to get half, and I'd be like, damn, I wouldn't want to go through that. And then I said, but why they even do it in the first place? Because they willing to do something, and if they lose, you take that money. I'll just go make more money because maybe you deserve that money, whatever the case is, and they do it again. They don't let fear consume and determine what they do. So I try not to let my life do that as well. I just want to make sure I'm doing what I want to do when I want to do it because I'm responsible for my life. I don't want somebody else telling me what to do and not do it because they influenced and told me to do it, and now I can blame them. As long as I'm doing what I want to do when I want to do it, I can get to blame myself. And I'd rather put all the blame and all the responsibility on me because that is the person I have the most power and control over. And I'm willing to say I lost. I'm willing to say I won. I'm willing to say it's all my fault, even when I know it's not, because ultimately it's all my fault. We just move a little different. And you have to understand a lot of these people move in fear in everything. Fear of this, fear of that, fear of that. And I'm like, it's okay to have
yes, because fear is such a bad thing. Like, fear keeps you alive. What are you talking about?
Fear can also keep you in one place as well. So we arguing semantics. Go ahead, Aaron.
It's what if? What if this? What if that? What if an alien slapped the shit out of you? It's always the what ifs.
So listen,
no, it's always a what if.
Life is about a bunch
Life
of what
is about probabilities, bro. Yeah.
I'm gonna go to work,
no
y'all.
problem. Life is about a bunch of what ifs and about the people that do. So like, you a doer or you a what if and a watcher. Like, that's life.
Life is what you make of it.
You must make the adjustment over time. But there's another video I wanted to play, right? Because we are on this topic of marriage, and it's not directly marriage, but it's a perspective on it. And I want to hear you guys' thoughts on this young lady's thoughts.
I'm very grateful that my parents got divorced when I was younger. I think they could have gotten divorced sooner. Okay. I think they knew, probably they wanted it to work, but I think ultimately and subconsciously they knew it was a wrap. And I wish they would have wrapped it up then. Only because, and my mom is going to kick my ass for saying this on this podcast, I think that me and my mother would have had a better relationship if she would have not been in an unhappy relationship in her marriage. People trying to stay for the kids is so toxic because if you're unhappy as a person, as a wife, as an individual, that's going to affect your motherhood. It is.
No, it is. We literally.
Ladies, I got a question. Ladies, is that true?
It is true.
True.
Let me tell you why. Because when you're in a space and you're arguing with your spouse, your husband, right? You wake up in the morning, you're arguing. It shifts your mood for the whole day. So now you're so emotionally invested into the argument with your spouse, you can't pour into your kids because you're just hurt depending on what your spouse has said to you as a woman. You ruminate on it all day. If you're a couple that argues via text, you texting all day, especially if your spouse is going in and he's leaving paragraphs, 4-page letters in a text message. Now you read it through it, you get pissed off. Oh yeah, and then another thing, and then you texting back. You wind up not invested in the children. So it is about the dynamic within the home. Do y'all have a common ground of hours? Listen, don't start my day off with this bull. Don't argue with me about this. I can't function for the children, but that's a woman being self-aware too. Because there's nothing wrong, ladies. I'm gonna tell you this right now. Ain't nothing wrong with turning off the alerts when you and your spouse are in a toxic place so that your focus can be on the other things that you need to do. I think this really, though, occurs in any type of relationship, but when you're married and you're raising children, you have to be way more disciplined. Period.
Callie Beth?
I will say that when me and Hubbins might have an argument or something like that, or some kind of contention in the house, then it does take extra effort in order to separate that shit from the time that I get home and have to deal with the children. As far as how I grew up or whatever, y'all know my situation. As much as my mom tried to, separate the two, number one, we can hear what the hell is going on, and number two, you can always tell something was off. You could tell because my mom is extra sweet and all that kind of stuff like that, like cotton candy. But when something is going on in the house, I can tell that she's not that same. She's not that same sweet. You know, she won't be mean, but she won't be present in the situation, in whatever it is that I'm trying to talk about to her or whatever. So yeah, I would say it definitely matters. I'm happy she stayed, but I told her that I probably would have been gone.
Thanks.
Okay.
It does.
Go
ahead.
You still had a little bit more because I want to go to Wheel on Lock. I want Ricky to go after that. I want to
go
there
ahead,
is.
Rick.
Yeah, there is I was just gonna say there definitely is. It's a disconnect. Women become emotionally unstable. It doesn't allow women to rest in their femininity.
We on Lock. Your interpretation, please.
You on mute? We on Lock.
I unmuted him.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's kind of difficult to say. I mean, my mother and father never got along. I was always a witness to my mother always beating my father. My mother always interpreted my father always cheating on my mother, and they just went on back and forth, and the only person that suffered was me. So, but now that I'm married and I have to say it's. I mean, we had our ups and downs and highs and lows, but in the end, it's just life. You go through a period of time when you're happy, and then you go through a period of time when you're sad. But at some point in time, you just got to work those things through. You just got to work those things through. If you have to go through counseling, God damn it, then you have to go through counseling. If you have to take a vacation for a couple of days, then take a vacation for a couple of days. You can't just give up. I don't believe in that. Something in me tells me I just can't just give up. And besides, I mean, okay, the kid, it's gonna hurt the kids, but at the end of the day, if you work at it and somehow, some way, you break that web of deception, you'll do just fine. I just don't believe in giving up. Not that quick, not that soon, not that fast. I just don't believe in it.
Ricky?
So the lady said, because they feel in a certain way, it's going to affect the children, right?
Yeah, and I can play it again if you need.
No. I'm asking. That's why I asked the ladies. I just wanted to verify, right? And to everybody who goes through these things with what their parents did, once you become an adult, you release yourself for childish things. Right? I'm going to say this once and I'm going to say this again. Once you become an adult, you are responsible for your life's path, not your parents, not your mama, not your daddy. At this point, your life is yours. You are no longer under their rule. You are no longer under their covering. You have to move on. Right? So this is what I'm saying, right? Your feelings are yours. Are we saying that women are incapable of putting their feelings to the side for the greater good of the family?
Okay, so it's not about putting your feelings aside for the greater good of the family. It's about the emotional and the psychological after effects of verbal abuse.
No one said verbal abuse.
But that's the
See,
thing. That's
no,
what
no,
fighting
hold on,
is.
hold on. No, it's not. A fighting, again, a disagreement is a disagreement. The way you perceive it is as fighting because it's not going your way, because it's against your ideology of what's supposed to happen. It's a discussion,
No, see,
right?
and
Hold
that's
on. Let me finish. Right? Let me give you an example. Why does it have to be an argument, period? Right? Usually it's an argument. Now I could blame let's blame it on the man, right? Let's say the woman's trying to have a discussion or bring something to her man's attention and he blows up out of character. He goes off the rails. Is it her fault that he went off the rails, or is it his fault for the way he took it? You see what
so.
I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying, but back to what I'm saying. You're talking about basic banal disagreements. Oh, I want to have hot dogs for dinner. No, I want to have steak. That's a disagreement. What me and Callie are talking about is when you get to a level of fighting that the children feel. Children don't feel disagreements because disagreements ain't that deep and disagreements don't go that far. But when it's verbal abuse, and I'm not even put a gender on who's giving the verbal abuse. Verbal abuse can come from one side or it can come from both. But it's usually when couples are being verbally abusive to each other is when the children feel it. If you're having a minuscule argument, let's invest $100 into this. Oh, let's go here for vacation. That's a discussion. That's a disagreement. When it's bitch, I hate you, nigga, fuck you, suck somebody's whatever. That's when the children feel that. And that does come through in text messages, and it does come through to the children. Like Callie said, people be thinking these kids asleep. And people be thinking because they close one door that their walls is thick enough that these kids can't hear it. The kids hear it. The kids hear it. That's why I made sure to delineate and say verbal abuse.
And they absorb that shit quick.
Go
They
ahead.
do.
I jump in for a second?
Yes.
So I think what we're talking about here is the tension that the children feel. And I will admit, I just got out of a divorce, and I certainly am responsible for a lot of that. That's actually one of the reasons why I wanted to end it. And going into those dynamics, that's another conversation. But I will admit, and I think we should all admit that once a child senses tension, that's the standard that we should use to say, oh, is this just a disagreement, or are we, having a whatever fight, whatever? Because it's not really how we define it. It's about how it's affecting. So if the children are feeling it, if you're not sure, ask them. And if the child feels it, then you have to disengage. And it sucks sometimes because you feel like you're making yourself a doormat for the other person who's like, oh, he's disengaging, so I can just keep pushing and pushing. So at that point, you have to look at the intentions of the other person. And, like someone else said, there's counseling involved and all these other things. And you shouldn't give up so easily. But once the counseling occurs, if you don't feel like the other person is really trying to address the concerns, then what do? You have a challenge of getting your concerns addressed, which requires engaging them in a disagreement that can escalate. You then choose not to escalate, and then the person ends up kind of manipulating and dominating you, and then you have to deal with that, and that creates resentment, which it goes to some psychology that is very painful, because then you have people who've been together for a decade or whatever, and the man has no dignity or the woman has no dignity. They have no sense of self-worth because they're letting the other person manipulate them. They don't love them. There we go. They don't feel loved. So these are some horrible choices to choose when ending the marriage isn't an option. And outside of Christian theology, I don't understand why someone would stay in a relationship with those circumstances.
Well,
if you can get through those circumstances positively, that's a different conversation.
Let me tell you, I'm more aligned with Ricky on a lot of things. That's very evident and clear. That's none of her goddamn business. Let's make that very clear. Number one, right? Child or not, you a child. Mind your business. She said, keyword, I'm happy. You want me to play it again? I'm happy.
Aaron,
No, no, no,
Aaron,
no,
that's
no,
going a
no,
little
no.
too far there. That's
No,
going a
I'm
little
not.
bit too far.
No, oh no, I'm not. Trust me, I ain't went far enough because if I did,
I think you might have
I would
misunderstood me on
say
that one.
I would use much less kinder words. Let me be very clear. No man should touch that woman. That woman should go through life never married. Let me be clear. She said, I wish they would have got divorced sooner.
Okay.
She didn't say you got to fight tooth and nail all the way to the end. She said, I wish they would have got divorced sooner. Y'all hear what y'all want to hear based upon y'all interpretation, how y'all see things, and y'all let it go to y'all little way. She is not a good
okay. If that's the case, Aaron, take them over their grandmother's house. If that's the case,
no, that's their kids.
No.
This is the fucking problem.
It don't matter if that's their kids.
No,
Just take them over to grandmother's house. They don't need to hear that shit.
Listen. Right? Children have no idea of the things that the understanding. Context. The understanding. It's from, and let me tell you, in this particular scenario that he showed, the reason why she wanted them to get divorced was for her own selfish reasons. By her own accord. She couldn't do what she wanted, what I needed her to do for me. Now listen, I believe that once you have a child, you must focus on the child, right? You must rear the child. You must take care of the child, right? But you don't become something you're not for the child. You don't disown your husband or your wife for a child. They're grown. The same way you looked at shit when you was little and you thought it was one way and you got older and you was like, oh, you know what? My daddy wasn't nothing, da until you saw how your mama really was when you got grown, and vice versa.
So I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna go ahead and go and let y'all have it. Yes, the girl wanted them to get divorced sooner. Not saying that she was championing for their divorce. Their divorce was inevitable. She wished it would have occurred at an earlier date, based on what her mother, whatever was going on in the house, affect how she was interacting with the children. At the end of the day, I get it. Y'all want marriage to be forever. At the end of the day, that's not realistic in today's society. For y'all to sit there and say, that fuck them kids because the kids are grown, y'all are living in la la land. Why do you think so many? Listen to what I'm saying. Please don't just hear me out for a moment.
I say nothing.
Shaking your head. This is the thing. A lot of the adults that you see that are toxic in relationships, that have a complete inability to have healthy and sustainable, well-adjusted relationships, are the same adults that were the same children that y'all talk about fuck them kids, because they were exposed to bad behaviors. And unless they go to therapy to fully deal with what it is that they went through, who has a damn echo to deal with what it is that they went through in their homes as children, they're not going to have good relationships. And this is what accounts for the vast majority of the African American community. And that's something that you don't understand until you're in a marriage, that you go through a divorce for the most part. Anyway, you guys, have a good night.
Thank you, Raw.
Robin is so confusing to me. Like, on one end, let's get married, let's do this, blah blah blah. On the other end, if we're fighting a little bit too much, let's get divorced. I don't understand, right? Like,
it's not a little bit too much.
It's not that.
Well,
it's not that.
Hold on, real quick.
Play the video?
Hold on, real quick.
Maybe she said that.
The only reason why these marriages should be ending is if someone is getting. Y'all know David Goggins, right? You know the story to what his dad did to his mom and to him. That's the only case where you should be getting divorced. Maybe if someone's cheating, I'll give you that. Blah 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 blah. But unless that is going on, you have a duty to your kid, because again, let's use stats, right? Everybody loves to use stats. We know that 2-parent households are better for kids. No one can dispute that. So unless there's all these other things going on that will heavily impact someone, such as beatings, such as extreme abuse, you have a duty to your kids, and you're just trying to create an excuse otherwise, in my opinion.
And I agree with Lou on this part. Nowhere in these studies and these statistics did it say it was a healthy relationship. It said it was two parents. It didn't say the parents got along. It didn't say it was rainbows and bunny rabbits outside all day with Walt Disney trips every year and everybody was happy and everybody was smiling, jumping in the pool on Saturdays. It said two parents.
I'm gonna play the
is there a
video
way
one
we
more
can
time. Hold on, I'm gonna play it one more time for a good reason, but I'm gonna play it one more time.
I'm very grateful that my parents got divorced when I was younger. I think they could have gotten divorced sooner. Okay. I think they knew, probably they wanted it to work, but I think ultimately and subconsciously they knew it was a wrap. And I wish they would have wrapped it up then. Only because, and my mom is going to kick my ass for saying this on this podcast, I think that me and my mother would have had a better relationship if she would have not been in an unhappy relationship in her marriage. People trying to stay for the kids is so toxic, because if you're unhappy as a person, as a wife, as an individual, that's going to affect your motherhood. It is.
No, it is. We literally.
So she made 2 points that kind of touch on a reason, but they're not sufficient. So even though I agree on some level, I think the issue here has to do with where each one, there's 7 people in this chat. So each one of us has a different threshold of how much we will tolerate. But for her, she didn't really say how it affected her. So for her, it was kind of like, she would have gotten a better relationship with her mom, but she doesn't say why the relationship was affected by the dysfunction in the marriage. So that's insufficient. And she also kind of speaks about it in kind of like a principled way, which doesn't mean anything. So I'm not trying to do how some people try to play the both sides. This isn't like a one side or the other to me. This is more like someone said, Black community, we have a lot of this dysfunction that we've been dealing with over the past few generations. So at what point does the dysfunction get so bad on one hand, in which it needs to end, on the other hand, that we're not trying enough to say, oh, you're just giving up just because it's inconvenient. So
before I learn more about that, before I let you down the path, here's the difference, right? No, you good. I appreciate you. I wanted Ricky to go last because I had a feeling we are more aligned than what other people's perspective was going to be. I just had a feeling because what y'all saw was women create an interpretation of what could have transpired.
Yeah, the bias is clear here.
Acted upon that, right? The girl didn't say my dad was doing this to my mom. She didn't say nothing. But what you saw was 2 women heard unhappy, so that must mean this, or it could mean this, and they responded as so. Yeah. And what you saw me and Ricky go and say, they could be wrong. Y'all don't know what you're talking about. We can't be promoting leave. We supposed to be promoting hold on to the very end, falling off the cliff. That was supposed to be the promotion. But what you heard was alternative from women. And then the men like, no, hold on, that's crazy. And the women like, well, if it's unhappy kids involved, So if you can imagine that how today's women view and think like that, the men are going to be terrified to think that they're supposed to be like, I need to be honorable, I need to do this. And the women like, well, hey, sadness, she did not express explicitly what. So the biases, as Robbie like to say, confirmation biases, was enacted and presented all different things that was not said, which is why you have to let people say what's on their mind. I wanted to hear, I don't know, she definitely shouldn't have said, I'm happy, or I wish they would have did it sooner. What she should have said is, my parents fought as hard as they could. They hung on as long as they could. And I'm so grateful that they tried their very best. But she leaves her own feelings and thoughts to be interpreted to be stay the hell away from her because things go bad. If it ain't the worst it can possibly be, I'm leaving. If it get close, like it's a lot there. And people don't realize you say a lot for what you don't say. And you say a lot for what you do say.
I used to say that.
Well, I will say in my case, it was physical. So that's why I said, that's why I told my mother that, yeah, I think she should have left a long ass time ago. It's cool that she stayed, my life is my life, but I would have been dipped. She ain't have to stay in that shit.
For me, it was a lot of.
That goes to the point, though, Callie. If your mother stayed, right, Why are other people leaving so easily? Women have no problem saying out loud, my dad beat my mom, right? And because this girl did not say that, I'm only assuming here, of course, it wasn't that bad, probably. I'm only assuming, but
She never
right,
spoke.
but at the same time, it's like,
going on.
well, at the same time, you know, it wasn't physical all the time. It was a whole lot of arguments in there as well.
Sure.
So that created just unnecessary tension in the house that I'd rather not, as a child, or as I bring up my children, I'd rather not have that environment for them.
But
I didn't want that environment either.
I hear that. But again, what we do is that's like what Aaron said. We go off our assessment, our perception. But the truth is, you don't know how your kids perceive that situation till they tell you. You don't know. You're assuming off of what you went through and what it made you feel. How it made you feel, how you felt about it. Your feelings are yours, ladies and gentlemen, and you are entitled to them. But I'm not allowed to put my feelings off to you. I can't allow you to make your judgments off the way I feel.
You know, one of the things that helped me and my ex get along better was actually asking my son, does he feel, I didn't say tension because, you know, he's a kid, but I would ask him those kind of questions to get a sense. And there were times when I thought everything was cool, but he was nervous. And there were times when I thought there was tension. He says, no, Dad, everything's fine. And it helped change how I interacted with my ex. Maybe had I learned that before, that would have helped. But this is different than letting the kids run the show or letting the kids kind of like know the business. This is just a sense of how is everything seem okay? Is it, you know, are you scared? Or are you, you know, because the tension can get that high. And I'm wondering from the people in here, you know, if the tension gets so high that the child is scared for their well-being or they're terrified, and that happens regularly or periodically, is it worth staying in the marriage if you've tried everything else or not?
I'm gonna let them go.
Depends how you define tension, I suppose.
Can I add to the conversation? Not to that question specifically, but regarding that video, I actually agree with Ricky in regards to, like, it seems like that chick's mind has been kind of tainted one direction. So in saying that, it's kind of like a hard argument to justify them getting a divorce so early. Like, who would want to push that on their family? Like, I know growing up, like whenever my parents are apart in regards to like my dad working or like my mom working, like I feel kind of like lonely, that isolation. So in saying that, the worst thing I would want is for them to actually split up.
Because she saw that her mom was unhappy. And what do I hear married folks tell me all the time?
Then isn't that based on the
You're going to go through a
projection?
cycle. You might not like them for 4 or 5 years, but keep going. That's what they said.
But it seems like as kids, we're absorbing our environment based on the energy we're being given, right? So in saying that, it's essentially like a stem cell. It could become whatever you make it to be based on the environment it's in. So in saying that, it's almost like maybe she was very close to her mom, where subtle things she was saying, subtle things she was doing was rubbing off on her to the stage where it's given more one-sided. Because at this point, it's almost like, yeah, you got it.
There was no mention of the father and her relationship with the father.
Can I say something real quick before you go, David? Like, it's crazy to me how y'all always want to say how somebody want to put kids through shit, but y'all don't consider kids being under single mothers without a daddy not putting a kid through shit.
Okay. Well, there's a balance. I'm in my mind, I'm still looking at where the threshold is, because I agree with you, Ricky, to some point, but it's where do you draw the line? And I'm still stuck with
the uncomfortable truths. Fathers are better when they're in the home. Not that don't mean that they ain't involved, but you at another house and this and that. The truth is the truth.
What I'm saying is this, right? This not you, Dave. This the chat. This the people and the shit I keep hearing over and over again, right? Oh, leave. It affect the children, right? But don't nobody sit up here and see how young men and young women, just like on the first video, how they is affected with them when they ain't the father. Fuck fighting through it, right? Fuck it. As long as if you not happy, whatever the reason is, if you not happy, then you believe the kids is feeling, you believe the kids is being affected by it, fuck it.
So is it possible then that we all It's an individual decision, but we all have to kind of look at how much. I think so. First of all, happiness is really a product of something else. So let's get that cleared up. And this goes into the passport movement, the whole issues with men and women dating, and all the other stuff where a lot of women they assess their happiness far too prematurely when they're looking at the kind of man that they want to be with, and I suppose as they're in the relationship, what would motivate them to either stay or leave. That's absurd because you can affect your own happiness by the choices that you make and your willingness to look from a different point of view, like broadening your horizons. If a lot of people say, and I can say for men or women, they only have a narrow idea of what they want. I'm not going to be happy unless the man or the woman has these qualities. And these qualities are so narrow that you can't even find a companion. One of the things that you haven't done is open your mind to other things that may elevate your happiness in life. And so for women or men, but for women to end a marriage out of happiness is garbage. There's no way that is even remotely okay. Not only are you making your own selfish goals more important than the family, but you're also you're showing that you have very shitty values. I was unhappy. Well, why were you unhappy? And why didn't you go into that and investigate that and find solutions instead of just acting like the TV show, the movies? I was just unhappy. I'm sorry, I'm getting annoyed with that one. Go ahead, guys.
I mean, and let me add this real quick. Isn't it better for the kids to go through, I suppose, negative emotions in a controlled environment with both their parents? Because kids are going to go through things regardless. So in my point of view, if I have to see, hold on, Ricky, let me, before you,
No, I was reading something else, Lou. If I got
cool.
something to say to you, I say it. I was reading something else, bro.
Cool. If my kids have to go through negative emotions, I would rather my kids go through negative emotions in a controlled environment because it's going to happen to them regardless. We have to, in a way, stop trying to shelter our kids too much from negativity, because when they get on that school playground and they don't measure up to other kids in any which way that the kids deem appropriate, they're going to get bullied regardless. You see? So I would rather, if they have to go through negative emotions, go through negative emotions in a controlled environment in the house. I'm not saying that that's particularly a good thing overall. I'm just saying, right? And that's it.
I mean, it's not even trying to protect them from the negative emotions. It's when it's not necessarily that black and white. It's when it crosses that line from being just trying to show conflict resolution or whatever to there is no resolution. This is just some constant ass shit.
Yeah. No, I get that.
It's an uncontrolled environment. It's
Yeah,
dysfunction. That's the
how
challenge.
you guys doing today?
That's a better word. Thank you.
Yeah, and
I
before you
agree.
dive in, Mr. Engineer, let me read this super chat from Timeout. Says, I think men go through it too. Hey, they do. Any man hiding in his garage daily, staying at work late and saying, happy wife, happy life is keeping the peace. He's walking on eggshells. It's most situations. I'm just saying.
Okay, so this is the thing about life that I'm trying to deduce from what you guys are saying. I've been listening to you guys for quite a while. We have very lazy women today. They don't want to build nothing. And when something is not built the way they want it, they want to dash out. Most of them are usually lazy. And I got to put it this way. The reason why men stay in relationship is because men see relationship as a duty that they have to undertake. Women don't see it as a duty. They see it as a vacation. I'm out of my parents' house. I'm done with my dad. My dad is done raising me. I'm going to be married and I just want to go to my husband's house and relax and just sip tea and let this man go walk, go do these things. And when that is not the case, she won't run. The question is, when are you going to stop running? Because no man will let you go into his house and cross your legs and sip on tea. It's not going to happen. So this laziness has to stop. Okay. And one way it's going to stop is that we got to keep telling these women that what you're living in is a fantasy world. It's not going to happen. So all these that, oh, I'm not happy, I'm not happy. Who is happy on earth? You're never going to be happy. So you got to have to create excitement. But guess what is going to happen? Reality will always.
Okay, so do y'all think that women are leaving men based off of an argument, like a
Convenience.
singular argument?
Far too often.
A singular argument. Don't do that. Don't do it, Callie Beth.
Okay, two arguments.
It's a pattern of arguing that starts from the beginning, where you hold a grudge and you never try to resolve it fairly.
Wait,
And
wait,
that's
wait, wait,
that's
wait,
happened
wait,
too
wait,
often.
wait. But those same women will say, "Oh, but if he's too nice, I'm leaving too." I don't understand. I'm confused. Do you want me to be too nice, or do you want me to be too bad, or do you want me to be in the middle? I don't have time for these games. And this is what I can't believe I'm saying this. And this is where Ricky is right, bruh. Like you man, listen. All right, go ahead.
Sounds like passport talk.
I'm asking for a gauge.
What I'm
It's
at
like
what
this.
I'm
My heart
asking
rate just elevated.
what I'm asking for is that your feelings is not an excuse to break up a marriage. Your feelings is not the excuse or reason to stop a relationship. Your feelings are yours. Your feelings belong to you. Your feelings are an interpretation of the situation, not the actual situation, not the actions. The same way we sit up here and we watch a video and every single one of us give you a different interpretation of what we see. That's what your feelings are when it comes to you talking about you leaving your relationship. What really the fuck happened?
It's like if you say I feel, the next thing should happen is, well, what did you do about it? That's another reason why feelings are irrelevant when making that kind. If you're going to make such a vast decision, a decision with such monumental consequence, you better have a long laundry list of what you did before you got to that point. And if you don't, then you're sounding really selfish to talk about, well, I felt like it.
Agreed.
I guess sometimes this stuff is as simple as that.
Where you at?
That's why I asked, because it sound how I'm interpreting what you guys are saying. It sounds like you think that, oh, it just happened. You know what I mean? Whereas from my perspective, I see it as a culmination of things that happen, which would make the overall experience
You're a woman, that's why. You're a woman, that's why. You see what I'm saying? And this is and women think I'm being disrespectful when I say that. I'm not, Callie. I respect y'all to the utmost. But it's just what it is, right? The problem is that, again, women in general want men to y'all want us to condition our minds to understand the way y'all think, when y'all don't want to condition y'all mind to the way we think. Not you, obviously, because you got a husband, right? You doing it. Y'all been together 20-something years, right? This is the conundrum that everybody's in. Everybody's waiting on somebody else to change. Right? When the change is within yourself, the women that have problems need to change their mental aspect. They need to learn how to think correctly. They need to get out of whatever lessons your mama, your daddy, your grandmama, your great grandmama, Color Purple, Oprah Winfrey, Jenny Jones, whoever taught you, because it's a lie. It's a lie. A good woman is the woman that understands the man that she has. A good woman is a woman that understands the man she has in front of her. A good man is the one who can provide a space for his woman. Like y'all say, being y'all feminine, understand that I got to have a plan and make provision for you, right? If I'm a leader, I don't lead the way you want me to lead. I lead the way I want to lead, and the follower that likes the way I lead comes. Stop forcing yourself on people that you wasn't supposed to be with. Stop forcing yourselves on people you don't align with.
I think one of the biggest things for me about dating has been like, I think the biggest problem with women, I don't know if you guys have read The Four Agreements. It's one of the books that kind of changes your psyche, the way you think about things. And one of the major things it pointed out in that is assumptions. I think from my dating experience, I feel like there's a lot of assumptions that women tend to have. It's like, for what Ricky's explaining, we have a different train of thought in regards to how we try to solve things. Some men could just go into isolation to try to solve things. Some look for the outside energy to try to solve their problem. But nonetheless, everybody has their own path. And from my experience, it seems like women, it's almost like your assumptions are based on your reality to where you want the man to adjust to you. Like you're not ready to fall in place, fall on this path to an extent. It's almost like this is how it is. This is how it's supposed to be. But it's supposed to be kind of like that. It's like instead of saying you're inspiring someone, you're amplifying them because that's essentially who they are before. You're just adding to it. You're building on what they already have. So in saying that, the assumption that you guys tend to have a lot of times is based on your reality and how you think it should be. But nonetheless, we're very, very different people. But if you're going to be on someone else's path, you have to understand them for who they are, and either you're with it or you're not. So that's just my take on that. Did you guys get the assumption analogy, or was that kind of like off?
Nah, you got it.
Cool. Yeah.
I would say that the dismissal of compatibility is definitely a problem, which is kind of why I kind of be like, I don't know about arranged marriage and stuff. But you guys, you and your spouse should fit together like puzzle pieces at the end of the day.
Callie, can I ask you a question?
You sure can.
And I ain't even no trolling shit today. This the real deep time.
Okay, it's gonna be some bullshit. No, I'm just
Nah,
playing.
I ain't even no trolling. I ain't even no trolling. It's gonna be good detail. I ain't even go, so I was gonna ask what is it that that seem like they can just give up so quick, if that makes sense. Do you get what I'm saying?
Eric is now stuck on the letter M.
The conclusion of the Aaron O Show. I thank you all for tuning in. Hopefully I will see you on the next episode, but I gotta go. We gotta end the show. I appreciate y'all for supporting me. I appreciate y'all for rocking with the channel. But we gotta get up out of here. The show is over. The show is over. Please like, subscribe. I don't care about the subscribe part, but just like and make sure you leave some comments at the end of the video. Okay. We put the work in. We came, we saw, we conquered. I do so really appreciate y'all, but we got to get up out of here. Okay. I would like to have a little bit of time before work now and work later. Just a little bit of time. Thank you. The show has come to